Good morning, members. My apologies for my late arrival, but it looks like we still need the department to be with us. And so we should be starting very soon. So we give this opportunity to you to have some refreshments. You may as well do so because I'm told the videos are on here. So you don't want to be appearing to be partly in a restaurant whilst the meeting is going on. So I'll be generous. We'll give a 10 minutes refreshment break, and then we move on after that. So wait for the department to join us. Deputy Minister, DG, and officials, welcome. We shall be starting in the next 10 minutes. We've just taken a refreshment break. And the rule of the committee is that there shall be refreshment and stopped, and then we'll have a meeting. We'll only have refreshments after when we are having a break, and not both in between. It's not a working lunch meeting. So please have your refreshments, clear your table, we start the meeting. And guys, please have your refreshments. Don't be shy. Honorable members, may we open the meeting. Let's take this opportunity to have a silent meditation or a prayer. Thank you. Welcome, honorable members. Let's also welcome the Deputy Minister, Liachik. Let's also tender the apology of Honorable Deputy Minister Masimula, who was here at 9, but because of other pressing matters, he's tendered his apology and has moved on. My apology for the delay in the start. We're going to have to discuss with the committee whether maybe 9:30 won't be best because traffic problems in the morning. Let me also apologize to the members. I know that Wednesday now is a contested day, so the honorable whips in this committee have been lodging grievances on this day. So we'll skip next week, and that is the Wednesday. But I think we'll always negotiate this day when we're under pressure and see how we cope. I don't think we can have completely no meetings on Wednesdays, but I think we will have days where we'll have to plead that the whips do understand us. Let me welcome the Director General and the Department of Traditional Affairs. I have the apology from the Honorable Williams, MEC from the Eastern Cape, who's unable to join us but has sent representatives to represent the Eastern Cape in this meeting. And so let us therefore proceed at this point. I don't know from the honorable members if there are any specific apologies. Shirin, have you got any? I don't see a few faces here. Okay. Honorable Van Zyl.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning to everyone in the room. Chairperson, Honorable ECPICC did forward a message to the committee secretary to apologize for today not being able to attend. Thank you.
Honorable Labuskaghni. I've also got an apology for Honorable Ndamase. Honorable Daiposh.
Thank you, Chair. Morning. Just an apology from Honorable Reddy.
Okay. Honorable Reddy will also note his apology. I think we should then move on with that. At this point, we do have a good quorum, so let's agree to move on. So Alisa, welcome. I did apologize for you yesterday, and so as a member of this committee, I do apologize for the miscommunication in the past, but we'll make sure that you're always in the loop this time around. Honorable Mapena, welcome. I know you will have to compete for your attention with other committees, so today we feel lucky. We're like in a polygamous relationship here. And we feel special if we're given attention. So thank you. I think the issue that's going to be discussed today will need a lot of your input as well. So colleagues, honorable members, on our agenda, Secretary, we have on the agenda the issue of the customary initiation. Do you have anything else? Okay. So we will then hand over to the Deputy Minister and the department to take us through. I'm aware that there will also be the presentation from the Eastern Cape. So let's take it from there. Thank you.
Honorable Chairperson, honorable members of the committee, my esteemed traditional leaders, who, as led by Inkosi Mahlangu, who is the chairperson of the National Initiation Oversight Committee, together with the Deputy Chairperson of the National House of Traditional and Khoisan Leaders, Nkosi Zweldumile Mavuso, as well as the Deputy Chairperson of the Eastern Cape House of Traditional and Khoisan Leaders, who is also the Chairperson of the PICC, the colleagues from the administration, as led by our Director General. The first thing, Honorable Chair, I would want to do is to convey the humble apology from our minister, who by every means planned to be part of this meeting. Unfortunately, this being a Wednesday, it coincided with the cabinet, and it's something that perhaps at a programming level, it needs to be attended to, so that as members of the National Executive of Government, particularly ministers, they have time to present themselves before the Portfolio Committee. So I would be happy, Honorable Chair, if the apology of our minister could be registered as such.
Let me interrupt you and acknowledge that apology. It is important that we should acknowledge the apology. We do know that this is not a good day for the minister. We have accepted that, and so we'll proceed with the understanding that his presence is due to pressing other matters of state. May I also request that somewhere along the line, if we could have the formal introduction of all the members you have acknowledged, and whether it's yourself or the deputy or the director general, as long as we can have all of them, so at least we acknowledge who this one is. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Sometimes in meetings of this nature, Honorable Chair, it's not easy or permissible for all members to engage in the discussion. So, through your indulgence, I will ask each member to introduce him or herself, so that even the members of the committee can even hear the voice. It helps because other people, when they don't talk, they end up developing the fat around the kidneys.
Okay, let's take that opportunity. We will ask the members to introduce themselves. We weren't gonna do that because mostly your staff members were introduced last time, but particularly for the leadership that has come from the House of Traditional Leaders, as well as from the delegation from the Eastern Cape, but of course, we won't prescribe. Let's allow the introductions. Maybe let's start from here. Honorable members, and go through, and then we will, as we move along. Thank you.
Mandithathe lithuba ndibulele mhlali ngaphambili. Ndingunkosi uGwazinamba kaMathanzima, u-Deputy Chairperson wendlu yenkosi yaseMpuma Koloni, nokwangusihlalo webhungelo lolwaluko. Ndiyabulela.
Usihlalo.
We-PITT in the Eastern Cape.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, honorable members. My name is Vuyo Stofile, the Acting Secretary of the Eastern Cape House of Traditional Leaders.
Morning, Slalo. Ukhuluma kuYinkosi Mahlangu VW, a member of the National House of Traditional and Khoisan Leaders, and also the chairperson of the National Initiation Oversight Committee.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable members. My name is Satna Singh. I'm the Chief Director responsible for policy and legislation from the National Department of Traditional Affairs. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. I am Nkosi Mavuso Langa Mavuso, the Deputy Chairperson, National House of Traditional and Khoisan Leaders. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. My name is William Lokoti. I'm the Acting Accounting Officer for the Eastern Cape.
Sondeza kancane kuwe sizokuzwa kahle. Yeah, qhubeka.
So I was saying that my name is William Lokoti from the Eastern Cape. I'm the Acting Accounting Officer for the Department COCTA in the province.
Good morning, Chair, Deputy Minister, honorable members, Jacob Mashishi, Head of Office of DG Traditional Affairs. Thanks.
Chairperson, honorable members, Deputy Ministers, and our traditional leaders who are with us here, good morning. My name is Marshall Atletipofa, Director General at the Department of Traditional Affairs. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, honorable members. I'm Shoki Mukhaladi from the Department of Traditional Affairs. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson, honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, Deputy Minister, DG, and colleagues. My name is Mpume Manqele. I'm the Chief of Staff in the Office of the Minister at COCTA.
Good morning, honorable members, DG, Minister, and traditional leaders present. My name is Pangima Tomela from Department of Cooperative Governance.
Good morning, Chair, honorable members, Deputy Minister, DG, and traditional leaders present. My name is Matsovane Apane, Traditional Affairs.
Good morning, Chairperson and the committee members. My name is Lindy Swamakala from the Eastern Cape House of Traditional Leaders in that office of the Secretary of the House. Thank you.
Thank you. We welcome the leaders of the House of Traditional Leaders and also the delegation from the Eastern Cape. May we proceed? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members of the committee. Chairperson, we are here as the ministry, together with the structure that is responsible for initiation in the country, as having been established in terms of the Customary Initiation Act, with the responsibility of ensuring safe initiation practices throughout the country. It is common knowledge that in the recent years, we have witnessed unfortunate incidences where this noble old age custom has been vulgarized and adulterated by instances of fatalities, casualties, including physical abuse of initiates. Something that is an antithesis of what is envisaged to be the outcome. And the outcome should be an incident of ululation where families and the nation celebrates young men who have successfully transitioned from the state of boyhood to a state of manhood, out of whom we will witness responsible and accountable citizens of society who live a life reflective of being role models to the younger generation, taking the baton from those who were there before them. To the contrary, what we see in some prevalent instances is a situation where every woman in the country whose son is about to undergo this important customary practice is filled with sense of doubt and anxiety. And it becomes so painful that you conceive a child for 9 months, you take full responsibility to protect this child up to a point of reaching an age of 18 years, being a pride of the family, having protected him through thick and thin. Within a space of 14 days, that life is cut short. And indeed, those who suffer the pain naturally would be the mothers, those who gave birth to our children. We understand very well that we operate within a constitutional dispensation that gives recognition to different or a differentiated dispensation of jurisprudence, in that in terms of section 39 subsection 3 of the Constitution gives recognition to the customary law as would be practiced in the same or at the same level as the Roman Dutch law and the English common law. And therefore, these legal dispensation and instruments, they work interchangeably with a great sense of harmony, without any of them claiming dominance over the other. That is why we have these kind of legislative instruments which give recognition to our cultural practices, including our traditional courts as envisaged in terms of Section 166E of the Constitution. We all know that Section 211 and 212, they give both recognition and the role to the institution of traditional leadership, which among others has a responsibility serving as custodians to customs, traditions, and heritage of our communities, to really play a significant role in ensuring that we come out with an eventuality which invokes a sense of pride in the nation. As custodians, it is naturally expected that they will serve as leaders who exercise protective care over the communally owned asset of the community. And when we talk about traditions and customs, these belong to communities. These belong to society. And therefore, society in its entirety has a collective responsibility to work together, especially those who occupy positions of being public representatives. We really have a responsibility to make sure that that which the Constitution has guaranteed, namely the right to life, is protected as a constitutional sacrosanct right. So we are here to present ourselves and being open to any form of guidance by this committee, with the hope that ultimately we'll come out with a solution which will provide a clear guidance in terms of how we conduct ourselves together with our communities in ensuring that there will be safe circumcision practices that will not lead to any form of fatality, to any form of injury, to any form of casualty. Because any initiate, whether it is one or two, is not just a statistic, but it's human life that all of us, we should be concerned when it gets lost through what is supposed to embrace life. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Minister. The committee has requested this meeting precisely to get a full briefing from both the department at the national level and the province of Eastern Cape, because we accept and respect the customary law and we respect the tradition of a customary initiation as being part and parcel of our communities. However, what becomes a responsibility of Parliament is to make sure that we prevent any injuries and including mutilations, as well as prevent deaths, that in a normal customary initiation tradition, there should not be deaths associated. We therefore have asked that the department should come back. In the last presentation, we were not quite happy with the presentation insofar as it did not reflect what is the impact of this new legislation on the prevention of deaths. We cannot accept a single death from customary initiation. We therefore have got no basis to explain any trends. All our role together with that we have to play must ensure that those who leave their homes healthy must come back to their homes healthy. Having gone through the customary initiation, because it was not meant to take lives. And from that point of view, our responsibility as Parliament, as the government executive, as the traditional leaders, as leaders in society, we have to stand together to stop any forms of injuries or deaths amongst the initiates. So from that perspective, therefore, we asked that the province of the Eastern Cape should be represented because the largest number of initiates deaths are coming from the Eastern Cape. But that is not to say we have not noticed that there are some in Limpopo, in the Free State. But where the problem is most acute is in the Eastern Cape, and therefore we want to work together to try and stop those deaths, and therefore also hold everyone responsible accountable for the kind of challenges that we are seeing in those communities. May I then, at this point, I'm not so sure how you have planned your presentation, but we would have loved to invite the Eastern Cape to make a presentation, but maybe before, we could ask for a comment from the leaders of the National House of Traditional Leaders. And after that comment, we get the Eastern Cape to take us through their presentation in the form that they have prepared, and then move from there. We do have, as I said earlier, the apology from the MEC. But at this point, could we invite the National House of Traditional Leaders to make a comment, and thereafter we're going to have the Eastern Cape House of Traditional Leaders. Thank you. And we are free to express ourselves in the language. Someone here will help us with the translation, but we should not be constrained to express ourselves on this matter. Thank you very much. May I then invite Honorable Gosumahlangu to address us. Thank you. Mapoko.
Angithokoze sihlalo. Ngibuye ngikulochise. And greetings also to the honorable members of the Portfolio Committee. Greetings to DM of Cooperative Government and Traditional Affairs. Greetings to our DG, Ubaba Udipofa. Greetings to members of NIOC, especially my chairperson at my deputy chair at National House, Nkosima Vuso. Greetings also to the deputy chair of the Provincial House in the Eastern Cape, also the chair of the PICC in the Eastern Cape, and greetings to the House at large. Honorable Chairperson and members of the committee, let me take this opportunity and say thanks for inviting us to be part of this gathering. And as you know, NIOC is being established and given a mandate and responsibility of overseeing and monitoring all customer initiation related matters nationally. And it has been established by the Customer Initiation Act, Section 4 of the Act. And then customer initiation is a rite of passage from youth to adulthood. As the honorable members may be aware, unfortunately, the practice of customer male initiation results in many young men losing their lives, which we unfortunately also witnessed during the 2024 winter initiation season. As the NIOC, and personally as the chair of the NIOC, we are saddened by these casualties. And our position is that we should not be experiencing any casualty from this sacred practice of our forebears. We believe, Honorable Chair, that working together with the PICCs, traditional leaders, government, and all other role players who have a role to play regarding the provisions of this act, we can achieve zero death, but still retain the sacredness of the practice across the cultures, all cultures. Hence, together with the Eastern Cape PICC, OR Tambo Municipality, the NIOC held an awareness campaign in preparation for the 2024 winter initiation season. We have dedicated our focus to support the work of the PICCs to effectively perform their duties. Since the establishment of the NIOC, we have 4 meetings per annum with the PICCs, 2 meetings to deliberate on the state of readiness for the winter and summer initiation season, reports, and 2 meetings to deliberate on post-initiation seasons reports of each PICC. For this 2024 initiation season report, supported by the Department of Traditional Affairs, the NIOC held a 2.5-day session with all 9 PICCs from the 4th to the 6th of September 2024 to receive an adequate and deliberate on each PICC's 2024 winter initiation report and jointly prepare the 2024-2025 winter initiation season report. The 2024 winter initiation season report that will be presented today to this committee is a report that NIOC, PICCs, and the department processed on the from the 4th to the 6th of September 2024. This report will be presented, Honorable Chair and members, soon after the presentation by the Eastern Cape. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Nkosi Mahlangu. May we then invite the Eastern Cape? Yes, Deputy Minister.
Oh, thanks very much, Honorable Chair. I'm not sure, Chair, whether put it this way. I just want to establish at what point, perhaps, shall we have the report from the department? Whether it will be now that NIOC has made its, I'm not sure whether it's a report or reflections, so that if it is fine with the chair, we kind of seamlessly move from the NIOC to the department and then the Eastern Cape. I'm not sure whether that kind of logic will be.
Is that how you had structured the presentations? if that's the way, we'll leave you to go on with it. At the end, the reports have all to be tabled. So if whatever suits you is fine. We have the Eastern Cape one on top, and our agenda was the Eastern Cape and then the national.
All right.
But it's not a big crisis. If that disrupts your thinking, then we'd rather have you thinking properly, so we have no problem.
No, I take it that, Chair, maybe Inkosi Mahlangu was not yet presenting a report. He's still going to present a report. Then when he presents the report, it will be seamlessly moving from him to the department. So I think we can follow that logic of the Eastern Cape. Then after the Eastern Cape, it will be the NIOC and the department.
Yes, I only wanted a comment from the House, which was fine.
Thank you.
Then we'll get to the detailed presentation subsequently. But you see, we already had the presentation from the national department. We are keen on the Eastern Cape first, then we will get back to the national report, which will give us a picture throughout the whole country. Then so in the way you've structured it, it's okay, but can we start with the Eastern Cape and then move on to the next one? Thank you. So, Nkosi Matanzima.
Mandibulele mhlali ngaphambili ndiyithathe lithuba ndibulise amalungu ekomiti onke ndikhahlele abantwana benkosi DDG nabanye endengafikanga kubo ndiyabulisa ndicimba esihlalo masithathe lithuba egameni lephondo lokwamkela oluxanduva lokuzokuthi thakanya apha le report yephondo endiyaziyo ukuba ayiyo report esizidlayo ngayo ngenxa yomfanekiso enguwo kodwa siza kwenza ngolo hlobo ukwenzela into kokuba apho simele ukucebiseka khona sithathe ezo ngcebiso. Ndizawuthatha lithuba ndinike uMr Stofile eze ne-report uqobo ukwenzela into yoba ke uba kukho imibuzo sincedisane uthi xa kufike lo xesha siphendule. Ndiyabulela.
Siyabonga, singaqhubeka.
Thank you, Chairperson. Let me greet you again and the members of the committee. This, what I'll be presenting is the report of the 2024 winter season and of the customary mail initiation season and the interventions for the 2024 summer initiation season. This is the presentation outline. It's got a legal framework, the background, pre and during the season interventions, support provided by the district and local municipalities, support provided by NGOs, status in relation to casualties, statistics for 2024 winter initiation season, security cluster interventions, key identified challenges and interventions in preparing for the 2024 summer initiation season. The legislative framework that is leading us in dealing with customary mail initiation is the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, the Eastern Cape Customary Mail Initiation Practices Act, number 5 of 2016, and the Customary Mail Initiation Act. As a way of background, we're saying that the initiation season was opened on the 31st of May 2024, and it ran up to the 31st of July 2024. The MEC for COGTA, Honorable Williams, requested the municipalities to continue providing support to the district and local initiation fora during the winter season. The opening of the season was preceded by awareness campaigns in the form of school visits and inclusion of customary mail initiation in initiation agenda and imbizo in traditional council and ward and municipal wards. Electronic media, that is Mhlobo Wenene and community radio stations, were also used as means to disseminate information such as protocols of safe customary mail initiation, legislation, and season initiation plans. That is now on pre and during the season interventions. Pre-season, as I've indicated, awareness campaigns were focusing on school and community imbizos. We made use of radio, that is SABC, Mhlobo Wenene, and community radio stations to distribute customary mail initiation safety messages. Training of Ingcibi Namakangata in all districts except Sarah Bartman and Nelson Mandela was conducted. National Initiation Oversight Committee, the NIOC, provided extra support on advocacy campaigns in OR Tambo District Municipality with specific focus at Ingquza Hill Local Municipality. NIOC's intervention culminated into Imbizo that was addressed by Deputy Minister Honorable Z. Benz Ngamashe during the season. As the season was opened on the 31st of May 2024, district and local initiation fora started to conduct monitoring of initiation schools. The communication support. In the province, we've got a theme that is saying, Mabaye bephila, babuye bephila, siyazinca ngesiko lethu, meaning that they must go there safe and come back safe. We are proud of our custom. We issued media statements to declare the official opening of the winter season. We hosted media briefing sessions in OR Tambo that was addressed by the chairperson of the House in the province, Kosu Gwadiso, and chairperson of the Provincial Initiation Committee, Kosuma Tanzima. Interviews by MSC Williams and Kosuma Tanzima were conducted on Newsroom Africa and SABC TV, respectively. We further availed airtime for MSC Williams and Mhlobo Wenene FM to deliberate on initiation. Interviews were conducted with the following community radio stations, that is UCR, which is Unitra Community Radio, Port St. John's, Konjane, Alfredo, Ingwane FM, Mtanzane FM, Keith Ngese Radio, Algo FM, Pala Pala, Power FM, and True FM. Interviews were also conducted with the following print media: News 24, Daily Dispatch, The Informer, and Pondo News. And then we come to the support provided by the district and local municipality. District and metropolitan municipalities coordinated support provided by local government in the initiation program by ensuring that personnel, transport, and lunch packs for monitoring teams were available. Local municipalities, despite limited resources, provided support in the initiation program. There is generally a positive political will to support the program across the municipalities in the province. All the support mentioned above is implemented at local level. The municipalities play a pivotal role through fora in coordinating the support. The Department of Cooperative Government and Traditional Affairs. The department, through the House of Traditional Leaders, play a coordinating role in the practice of customary mail initiation. The responsibility of the House is derived from the fact that it has a responsibility to advise government on the matters of tradition, culture, and custom. The following are the tasks that were performed by the House. It assessed the effectiveness of initiation structures through the PICC, which is the PITT, the Provincial Initiation Task Team. It conducted awareness campaigns with specific focus on safe customary mail initiation practices. It engaged with media houses to be able to spread safety messages on electronic media. It deployed traditional leaders from the provincial house and local houses to conduct awareness campaigns. It also availed GG vehicles, that is the white fleet, for monitoring during the season. And then there's also an NGO that is supporting customary mail initiation in the province, that is Right to Care. Right to Care provided the following support in OR Tambo, Alfredo, Buffalo City, Krisan, and Amatole district municipalities. They availed 59 medical staff across the 5 districts. They also employed 12 data capturers for the activities that they are engaged on, that is for reporting purposes on their side. They also availed 12 vehicles with personnel which were distributed around the province. And they availed 3,000 liters in a 5-liter bottle of water. They also availed PPE and promotional material. They also assist in bush tracking and management system. They are also funding the communication campaign at SABC using Mhlobo Wenene. There's also an NGO which is subcontracted by Right to Care, which is called Ikamva Institute. The Ikamva Institute provided training of Ingcibi Namakangata in the following districts, that is OR Tambo, Alfredo, Buffalo City, Krisani, and Amatole district municipality. A total of 1,252 practitioners received training. And they provided the following support: catering for district initiation engagement and as and when requested. They also provided PPE material, airtime for monitoring team to ease communication, and they also provided accommodation to injured initiates when necessary. Then now we come to the status in relation to casualties. And then here we are dealing with provincial deaths of initiates per district. In our Tambo, we lost 7 initiates, which happens to be the highest in the province, and they account for 50% of casualties that we experience in the province. We had some deaths in Port St. John's, where a 15-year initiate died of dehydration. The status was illegal. At Ngeleni, we had the death of a 15-year initiate who died of septic circumcision. It was also illegal. In Libode, we had a death of a 17-year initiate who was legal. Excuse me, he died of dehydration, septicemia, and he died of cardiopulmonary failure, dehydration, and septicemia. Again, in Libode, we lost an 18-year initiate who died of acute kidney injury. He was also illegal. In Mkanduli, we had Chairperson, this was a funny one, really. I have to mention that. He was 56 years of age. The case was not attended by forensic pathology, but in the initiation site, it was stated that he complained of body weakness, shortness of breath. That was reported, but we couldn't get post-mortem because they took him from the initiation site and then he was buried immediately. Again, we experienced a death of an initiate in Tsolo, even this one. He was 44 years of age. He died of head injuries. He was beaten with a spade. He was legal. Again, in Mhlonhlo, we had an initiate who was 27 years old. He died of burn wounds that were at 78% degrees. He was also illegal. In Nelson Mandela, we recorded the death of one initiate in Kariega. He was 20 years old. He died because of a gunshot. That's another new phenomenon that is mushrooming in our province now, of initiates who died because of being shot in the initiation school. And we are told by the law enforcement agencies that these are the things that are happening from outside, and then they come and attack them when they are in the initiation schools. In Buffalo City, we lost 3 initiates. In Kunubi, he was 16 years of age. He died of septic circumcision. He was illegal. The same again in the same area. Another one was 18 years of age. He died of dehydration and septic circumcision. He was legal. Another one in Tanzania was 19 years of age. He died and legal. He died because of cardiomyopathy. In Amatole, we lost 1 initiate in Ngoma. He died of dehydration. In Alfrenzo, we lost 2. One in Luteke, he died because of neck trauma. 4 ribs were also broken. Left lung puncture. This was a case of assault, GBH. This initiate was not sick, but he was attacked in an initiation school by this person. By the look of injuries, one could see that this one wanted really to kill the initiate. And then another one in Mbizana, he died of natural causes. Mainly what is being said, there was asthma. And then as a result of this, we recorded 14 deaths of initiates, 9 illegal, and then 5 legal. And then we've got this table here, which shows off what happened in the province. If I can just look and take the totals, Chairperson, if you allow me at the bottom, because it reflects what I've been saying. In the province, we had a total of 8,531 screened boys. And then the other boys that we had that were screened for COVID were 633, but none of them tested positive. We registered a total of 3,667 legal schools and 145 illegal schools. We registered the initiates that were visited, that were legal. There were 9,906, illegal were 1,024. The total of initiates that we had in the province was 11,193. And then we had initiates that were treated on spot. This is the intervention of the monitoring teams that are doing bush tracking to check what is happening in the initiation sites. Those that were treated on spot were 1,626. And then we have those that were seen by the GPs were 2. And then out of those interventions by the monitoring teams, we managed to take 113 initiates to hospital who were found to be critical. And then we had 3 amputations, we had 1 case of assault, and then we had 14 deaths. And then by way of comparison, starting from 2021, we are saying in 2021, in winter, we lost 13 initiates, and then in summer, 47. The total for that year was 60. In 2022, in winter, we lost 12, and then in summer, 23. The total was 35. In 2023, we lost 19 in summer, 19 in winter, 35 in summer, with a total of 54. And then this winter season, this year, we lost 14, the one that we've already reported on. And then again, there's another thing that we've noticed, which is the period of death of initiates when they come into the initiation school. In week 1 in 2021, 2022, we lost 18 initiates. In 2023, we lost 13, 23, 24, 16, 2024, 25, 4. That is still this summer. And then in week 2, 2021, 22, 8, 25, 2022, 23, 9, 23, 24, we lost 24, 24, 25, 8. And then in week 3, it's 13, 22, 1, 22, 22, 23, it's 2, 2023, 24, it's 8. And then this current year, it's 1. And then week 4, 2021, 22, it's 1, 22, 23, 5, 23, 24, 2. There's nothing for now. And then week 5, it's 21, 22, it's 2, 22, 23, it's 1, 23, 24, it's 2, and then it's 1 again. And then in week 9, 21, 22, it's 1, 21, 23, it's 0, and even the following year, it's 0. But what this slide is trying to indicate, honorable members, is the fact that we lose most of the initiates in the first week of initiation. And then what we've picked up when we're trying to do our assessment is that we find that during this time, dehydration is very much prevalent as the cause of death of initiates. And then what we've picked up is that there's a myth amongst these boys, as they are not listening to our messages when we're doing a campaign, that they need to practice not to drink water, because when they are misleading each other during the season, they are telling themselves that if you are an initiate, you are not supposed to drink water so that you can heal quick, which is a myth. As a result, we find that they practice not to drink water maybe 3 weeks before they go to initiation school. Hence, when they arrive there, they die. As a result, what we'll be doing going forward is that as we're doing a pre-screening for them before they go to initiation, another thing that we'll be doing is to test the levels of dehydration. So that is an intervention that we'll be embarking on. And then now coming to the security cluster interventions, we are going to report starting from 2023 because there's a delay in the investigation of cases of customary mail initiation. We find that most of the cases that have successes are the cases of the previous season, as they are still continuing with what is taking place in the, what took place in the recent season. In cases of, we had a total of 87 cases. 25 of those cases was inquest. There's nothing in court, and then the investigation was finalized for 20 cases. The cases that were finalized now, it's 9. Those cases that dealt with the contravention of the Act, they were 42. Out of those, we've got 18 in court. And then those that are under investigation are still 9, but the cases that are finalized are 16. In terms of cases of murder, there were 7. Out of those, 4 are in court, 3 are still under investigation. Attempted murder, 2, there were 2, and then the number in court, there are still 2, they are still pending investigation. Assault GBH, there were 9 in court, there are 9, they are still continuing with investigation. Cases of culpable homicide, there were 2 in court, there are 2, then still those under investigation are still 2. Coming to the cases that were reported in the previous season, that is this winter season, 49 cases were opened. There are still 10 cases of inquest. They are all still in court. Contravention of the Act, there are 36 in court. Those that are in court are 21, and then 13 are still under investigation. Murder cases, there are 2. There's still no progress. Attempted murder, we didn't register any. Assault case, we registered one. It is in court. Culpable homicide, we didn't register any. And then these cases are still not finalized. They're all still under investigation. And then now coming to the challenges that we have identified as what are restricting us in all this that we are doing. Sorry, Chairperson. We've got a problem of demand versus capacity. That is, monitoring teams are unable to reach all initiation schools. Take for instance, from the season that we are coming from, we had a team of 60, we have a team of 60 monitoring teams that were on the ground. If you look at the number of initiates that were in school, you'll find that we had about 9,000, or we had 1,000 plus number of schools that need to be visited. So now in terms of the capacity that we have, there's a possibility that we might not be able to visit all the initiation sites. And another challenge is the time spent in one school. That is, with a lot of initiates in that particular school needing full attention, that delays the visit to the next initiation school. Another challenge is the accessibility of initiation schools, that is Amapoma. The areas where they are located across the province affect the ease of access in time, and the time spent on the road contributes to delay of intervention. The terrain is mountainous, we've got deep valleys, forests, and so on. So the time we take to visit initiation school sometimes becomes a problem because of the area and the vastness of the area and the terrain of the area of the province too. And then now coming to community cooperation, it's another challenge, where we find that they hide the sick initiates from the monitoring teams and the non-acceptance of drinking of water and health intervention, because in some areas we'll find that people will tell you, no, this is a customary practice. We don't need any medication or Western medication, to the extent that sometimes we have to run away, literally run away, because they will find that they will want to attack us, telling us that you cannot come here, this is customary, we don't need any medical intervention. In some instances, we have to come with the police, so that, because we could see that the life of an initiation is at stake, and then we have to take them by force if we manage to do so. And then again, we've got a problem of correct or differing interpretations of the conditions of the initiates. Again, it also talks to the first one, where they'll tell you that there's nothing wrong with this boy. We're going to treat him traditionally up until he's okay. And then the ease of identification of initiation school. In some areas, we find that Amapoma are hidden in the bushes. We can't even see them. Sometimes most of the illegal initiation school, we happen to know about them when there's a problem. In some areas, when there's a problem, they'll call the monitoring team to come and visit and see if there's any form of treatment that can be offered. And in some instances, they don't do up until you find about that initiation school when there's a death. And then the most critical problem that we are having, and what we regard as the main cause of this, is the lack of parental involvement. Because the issue of customary male initiation, it's a family issue. The fact that the government now is intervening, it's intervening because we have picked up that there's a problem in the management of the custom. Under normal circumstances, it's supposed to be the families that are involved in that. It's supposed to be the families who identify the practitioners, that is your traditional nurse, your traditional practitioner, traditional surgeon. But we'll find that they will take the unqualified and inexperienced practitioners to do the job. And then the skills of Amakangata, and as I've indicated, that there are those that are still inexperienced, hence we are doing the training. Another challenge is the late presentation of boys. This is, in terms of the Eastern Cape Customary Male Initiation Practices Act, it states that if a person is going to undergo circumcision, that boy needs to be presented to a health center 3 months before he undergoes the practice, and 3 weeks. But a parent will come with a boy 4 days before he undergoes the practice. And you'll find that if that is the problem, if there's a sickness that has been spotted, that boy now will have to wait until he comes all right. But now what happens is that if they are not granted that permission to go ahead with the practice, a boy will go to the circumcision school illegally. And then that is why you find that some of the problems we experience when they're already there. And then now, again, the problem of crime increasing in the initiation school, as I've indicated that now there's this new phenomenon of initiates being shot in initiation school, and we've got a problem of drugs now that is beginning to take place. Poor participation of traditional leaders. In some areas, you find that they are not really much involved. and then poor or lack of active involvement of communities. Again, this is another challenge that we have identified. And then now, what are we planning for the upcoming season? We are saying the Provincial Initiation Committee will be visiting kingdoms, engaging kings and traditional leaders, local houses and initiation school principals on the provisions of the Customary Male Initiation Act and discuss a way forward in preparation for the upcoming season. The PICC will advise on the use of traditional council as screening sites for would-be initiates. This will reduce the need to travel to faraway health centers for initiations to do pre-screening. In turn, we are of the view that this will reduce the number of illegal initiates, because most of the illegal initiates, they come out of that not going for a pre-screening. Radio slots in 10 community radio stations across the province have already been secured. This will assist in conducting advocacy for safe customary male initiation. It will take form of interviews with traditional leaders and adverts with safe customary male messages. The PICC will also be engaging with municipalities that have been identified as hotspots with the intention to advise and employ them to provide support of initiation interventions in the districts. In particular, here we are having a focus on OR Tambo, Alfredo, and Crisani, and of late, even the BC, Buffalo City municipality. The PICC has engaged Ikamva Lesizwe, a non-governmental organization, to conduct training workshop of Ingcibina Makangata in the Nelson Mandela Bay Metropolitan Municipality and Sarah Bartman. Training will be conducted before the end of September. Monitoring teams will be deployed to all districts during the season to ensure that when the need to conduct rescue operations arise, the team will be ready to intervene. PICC has delegated to the PITT to ensure that during advocacy campaigns, schools are frequently visited and community imbizo convene more often to convey safe customary male initiation messages. PITT, through the PICC, resolved to ensure that partnership with churches and faith-based organizations are established with a view to engage church about their role in assisting to strengthen advocacy campaigns of safe customary male initiation. A justice cluster subcommittee of the PITT has been established to assist in fast-tracking investigation on initiation-related cases. I thank you, Chairperson. That is the end of our report.
Siyabonga. Bengithi sozithatha zilandelane ngeke kulunge. Ake sithole incazelo kancane, ziningana izinto ezithanda ukusidida kule. So ngizocela ukuthi sinikeze ikomiti libuza imibuzo, kodwa ake ngiqale mina. Khona soyiqoqa eminye imibuzo. Okokuqala nje ngizafisa ukuthola Makhosi, leli komiti nalomthetho omusha nilibona linayo yini into eliyenzayo eyenza kube nomehluko kule nkinga yokufa kwabafana eSuthwini. Ngisafuna ukuzwa ngekomiti ngoba masibuza i-department sibuye sibona ngathi kude kakhulu ukuthi ngaphendula lo mbuzo ngendlela esifuna ukuzwa ngayo. Does this new legislation and the structure that is created, does it have an impact? Because the reason why we ask that they must go back 3 years is to see whether there's an impact. Now we've looked at the report, it doesn't seem like there's an impact. But we want to understand from you whether you think the structure, and we're saying so because there's already a member here who actually objected to the structure and said in their area of the country it's not helpful. So ngisunguzwa nge-Eastern Cape, lesakhe ngoba yabona amakhosi aphakathi, nisibona sinosizo yini. Okokuqala lokho. Okwesibili ngicela sibuyele kuleziya number ezikulama slide. Honorable members, I will give the opportunity. I just want to see if I can clear some of the things that are too glaring, and then we can come back so that the members can be specific. So I'm going to ask you to go through just a few areas where I just want specific responses. Of course, the slide, we will, okay, let's deal with this one. I have a problem understanding your numbers. Mangayimuva kancane nje tukuya phezulu. It seems to me the total number of initiates is about 11,000 something. But the numbers of schools is about 3,600. Now, there's an anomaly in that. If the number of initiates is 11,000, it means per school you've got about 3 or so people, 2 or 3 people. Am I reading it wrong? Because if you've got 3,000 schools and 11,000, that means for one school you'll have about 3, 4 people. So there's something wrong with the numbers. I'm not sure which side of the numbers are wrong. Now, if the numbers are not correct, then it gives us a problem about the monitoring. Are we really doing the monitoring properly? Are we having the correct numbers as we monitor? So the total initiate says it's 11,193. The total number of schools is 3,600 plus 145. So these two numbers will give you about 3,700, and out of 11,000. So there's something wrong there, so please just clarify this. And then I want us to go back somewhere. There's another slide that's got numbers. That's slide 15. Okay. Slide 15. It's showing us exactly the same pattern. Week 1, week 2, week 3 is the highest number of initiates deaths. So whatever we do, and I think Deputy Minister did say, whatever we do, first 3 weeks, that's where the largest number of deaths are happening. But doesn't seem to show any improvement for the 3 years. Now, I would imagine that 2024-25 were in the middle of the year, so I don't know when that was, so I would ignore that. But there's no change if you look at those numbers. Those numbers are just as bad over the 3-year period. So what should we maybe ask a question this way? What's happening? Why is there nothing that happens that changes these numbers? If there's been intervention, why are those numbers not changing? Even if you go further down, your highest numbers of total deaths, 60, 30, 52, and I think 30, there was somewhere a comment about COVID, that it actually disturbed schools. But the numbers are not different. 60 and 52 are not very different. So we just want to know what's making it difficult to change these numbers. Our real concern is exactly that. In the whole discussion, how do we stop these numbers and what made us not able to stop that? Now sinomthetho omusha ke. Impact yawo iyawenza nomehluko. Bese siya ke kule silandela slide esu20 esu16. Masixoxa lento njenge committee kulomhlangano ogcina safike samala sayivala discussion. Sayivala ngoba ithi the number of cases, you can see that the cases have been reported. Whether all of them have been reported or not, it's not we're not sure, but that number is there. Then the numbers in court, if you look at the numbers in court, is very low. If you look at the numbers under investigation, it's also very low. Then the cases that are finalized, the number is low. There's another slide which is basically saying for 2024, there's nothing finalized. Maybe it's too early. But if you looked at the one, the number is low. And we thought this is really where things are going wrong. So, mhlambe ke ngasichazela lapho ukuthi yini ebanga lento ngoba noma umthetho ungana sokunomthetho omusha Kodwa kulo mthetho omusha akukhombisi ukuthi investigation numbers are going up, court cases are going up, and finalization is also going up. So khona inkinga la. Ngoba sohlangana sonke sigcina singayixazululile masingatholi ukuthi yini ebanga ukuthi kube nalenkinga. So I'm going to ask that if you can just respond to those, and then I'm going to take the members to go through all the members so that they can then be going to, much more pointed questions. Ake ngiqale nginikeze ithuba nikezicebisele kulokho.
Chairperson, my chairperson here is saying I must take this one in relation to numbers. The reason why we are having less numbers of initiation school versus total number of initiates, as we are saying, the total number of legal schools, let me start with legal schools, was legal was 3,667, and then the total number of legal initiates was 9,000. The number is more because in one initiation school, as we have indicated, it might happen that you can have 2, 3, maybe even up to 5. So you might have more numbers, and then you've got more numbers in a school, but less. You've got more numbers in one school, but less number of schools. Take, for instance, in an initiation hut, you may have 3 or 5 initiates. So in total, at the end, you'll have more numbers per individual versus number per schools. That is why it is like that.
So when you say school, we are talking about a situation where there's 1 or 2 people, 1 or 2 initiates. That's already a school.
Chairperson, if I can just explain.
Just explain
with
that.
your permission, the situation in the Eastern Cape. In the Eastern Cape, we do not have, actually we do, but very few, but about 90% of the type of initiation schools are huts, not schools where you have boys in big numbers like in other provinces. Take, for instance, I might have a school, Ipoma Lakwastofil, where I'll be having maybe my son and my brother's son. That is why we're having a problem with the definition of an initiation school in the province of the Eastern Cape with the definition that is in the Act, because it does not really explain it the way it is taking place in our province. So that is
So
why
ma city school sisho kanye mhlambo umzi uno initiate oyedwa noma babili, and that's already counted as a school.
Yes.
Separate to the neighbor who's got 2 and another neighbor who's got 3.
like
And
that,
here
it's
we've got 3 neighbors and 3 schools.
yes, that's how it goes.
And 2 or 3 or 1 in each one of them.
Yes.
Okay. I think that for us is important also to understand that, because where we sit, we need to clear how this thing operates. Okay. Ungaqhubeka, just deal with the other ones.
Mandibulele mhlali ngaphambili. Mhlali ngaphambili impendulo engqalileyo nguewe. Ngokuqonda kwethu this is still relevant, but let us also accept or acknowledge the fact that intsha lenqubo kuthi, that is zizi-structures ezitsha njengoba umthetho usitsho, and kuzo there are some challenges. One of the challenges here is iParliament iyayenza into yokwenza imithetho, yawugqiba ukwenza imithetho kungafakwa mali to perform imisebenzi ekulindeleka into yoba mayenziwe. Now whatever we are doing there, asinayo the capacity eyaneleyo to comply with the act, though we are trying by all means to be effective. If ukhangela mphathi mhlawumbe ngaphambili into ethi ubujonga PITT in the Eastern Cape working with PITT yakhona. I-challenge ozawuba nayo yinto yokokuba kufuneka uqale uyokufundisa abantu ngomthetho, but you don't have budget for that. Kodwa ayinawuba sisizathu esithi ayikho effective. The legal supposed to be done kukuresourcwa kwezi-structures ukwenzela uba zikwazi ukusebenza. I think ndiwuphendulo lowo. Now, number 2.
Ake ngimise kancane Nkosi. You've got your traditional structures. You've got a new structure which has been set up by the new legislation. Are these two working together? Do you see them at any point making a difference? The new law, will it make a difference in stopping the death of initiates? I understand your concerns right now, but firstly, just your understanding of this law in relation to how the practice is conducted, will it actually make a difference?
I think yes, but only with the assistance or cooperation with traditional leaders. Now, in scenario as we speak, as our report indicates, that some of traditional leaders, they don't take, they don't play their role here. And as a result, yenza kube nzima for PITT ukuwenza lo msebenzi ngendlela. Ndiyabulela.
So, I think usletha kahle. So where do we start? Because the issue is how do we stop the deaths? So now you've got traditional leaders, you've got the law. So where do we start and how do we start? Because we're trying to get to a point as to sinceda kuphi ukuze kufike la sithi siyakwazi ukunqanda lezi zifo ziphele nokufa kuphela.
I think Slalo ngokokwethu in the Eastern Cape we are kumbula apha since the presentation. We have a plan as PITT to visit all traditional leaders ngenjongo zokubafundisa ngomthetho, knowing exactly what is expected of them. Siyenzile londo. It's when we'll be able to say if one against what is expected uba enze khona. Now sizofumana ithuba lokuthi sithi ke uba uyenza into ethile ncedisa thina usiqondise ukufaneleka kobukho bakho xa imisebenzi obekelwe yona ungayenzi. Now I think that will be one of izinto that will assist the PITT in the Eastern Cape.
Ngizwakala Nkosi. Ake sibuyele ke, okay, the other questions sawubuya kuwe liyaje. Ake ngizwe njengoba ngisafisa ukuzwa kulaba amakhosi ePhayipondweni.
Thank you, Slalo. Slalo, firstly, let's understand it this way. Initiation is done by families. Secondly, last season, summer season, I took my son to the initiation school. They were 7 in that boma. And I am responsible for their life whilst they are there. As the parent, not as an Nkosi. And as a result, what you get in the Eastern Cape, you would arrest a traditional surgeon or a traditional nurse. and the families don't cooperate with the investigating officers of the case. And the case just dies like that. You see. So we have that problem. But the legislation does not say, because every child that has died has a father or an uncle. There's no way in the Act that makes the father responsible for any son that has died. So if we can do it for maintenance of a child, why we can't do it for a man to be responsible for his sons that are in the initiation school? So at the same time, I'm not saying traditional leaders are not responsible. I want just to add to what Matiba is saying. This legislation, it can be very effective if it can be resourced. If you can look at it now, the Eastern Cape relies on partnership it has with NGOs. It's minimal, the budget it has. For instance, in the province, it's supported mostly by the Department of Health rather than COGTA. So now it becomes a health issue instead of a traditional matter. Let me stop there.
Thanks very much, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members. You know, when you look at this issue, let's just take an example of one initiate going to initiation. At an average, you'll find that the family will spend anything between 30 and 50,000 rand. The family will spend anything between 30 and 50,000 rand.
Break it down.
When I say you take an initiate to an initiation school, from day one, what you spend in buying the goat or the sheep, getting food in the process, paying for the caregiver and the traditional surgeon, also for the final day, umgeti, because you probably buy an ox, food, liquor, and so on. Put that together, you will have spent anything between 30 and 50,000. Now, you are prepared to spend that amount of money, but you are not prepared to take responsibility. I will make an example similar to what Ungosma Vuso said. In 2010, our young king went to the initiation together with my son. They were 37. Just in the morning before we took them to the initiation, one of the initiates happened to be epileptic. And then he had seizure while still at the crawl. When we checked what happened, the grandmother who stays with him came and explained that he did not take his medication. And she was afraid to bring the medication because of the stigma that might be attached to him using Western medication. Can you see? So we had to address the initiates that, look, your fellow initiate nearly died, not because of what you are still going to undergo. As a result, it was so easy for them as now fellow initiates to take care of him, to make sure that he eats his diet, he takes medication, and all of them went back safe. They came back safe because they took care of each other. And all of us as parents, we took responsibility to make sure that day in and out we are with them. I mean, that's a sizable number to have 37. And you ask yourself, what would have happened, or what has happened to other family households? You will have pieces of legislation, you will have traditional leaders, you will have everybody taking responsibility. But there are people who are supposed to take the responsibility. And that responsibility, with respect, Chair, it has to be taken by the families. It's the family. So, if as I said at the beginning, if the family is prepared to spend 30 to 50,000 just for the enjoyment of community, why can't you invest something that you don't have to spend any money? Invest time to make sure that we don't have this kind of casualties and fatalities. I think that's the issue which Nkosi Matanzima was actually raising, including the deputy chair from the National House of Traditional and Khoisan Leaders. Lastly, the legislation itself. I think I take the point that we should make sure that at the level of the executive, in an event where the legislation is emanating from the executive, we must make sure that we make provision for the costing of the legislation, including the resourcing of the legislation. And I will also extend the same appeal when it gets to the parliamentary processes. Let's make sure that all legislations that go through, they must never be passed until we are certain that they've been costed and there are resources attached to the functionality of the legislation. I'm sure that one will be very much helpful in circumventing some of the challenges that we see. Thanks very much, Chair.
So I'm going to ask the members who come in, but just clarify this one bit. You understand the custom to be the responsibility of the family. You have got a new law, you think it will work. Does it actually apportion the responsibility to the family in a manner that you can actually have reprisals in the event of a death?
Honorable Chair and honorable members, those are the weaknesses on application of the law that have since been observed. Because as the Deputy Chair of the National House said, it's not something unusual to invoke the provisions of the law, for instance, to press charges against the traditional surgeon or the traditional nurse or caregiver. Now, at the heart of it, for that case to be successfully prosecutable, you have to have witnesses. And in that case, the witnesses would be family members, and they don't cooperate. Now, when they don't cooperate, they're killing the case. Even if you would have a prima facie based on the elements as would have been listed in the law. But where there are no witnesses to support, then the case will die a natural death.
Makosi, ngizocela ke sivulela ikomiti. Ngifuna ukucela ngoba indlela enuphatha ngayo lo mcimbi ungaba nemiqathango ethile kodwa engasebenzi la parliament. La eParliament sicela nje basibekezelelane ngoba sawudinga wonke umuntu nabangalazi kahle usiko bazobuza esocela nibahloniphe niphendule ngoba la sikhona owethu umsebenzi ukuthi yini ekufanele masiyenze njengendlu yomthetho ukuvikela ukuthi kungabikho umuntu ozawulahlekelwa impilo. Ngakho ke sawuvulela wonke lamalunga uba abuze kungabikho ozoba nendawana ethi sibuzwelani lento nguwe. Kungabi khona ozothi omama bangeni ke kule. Kungabi khona ozothi analo lolo siko kuwena umphakathi msana ukubuza thina. Ngifuna nje siyiqondise kusemanje ukuthi lapha kusendlini yomthetho esingena silingane mase siphakathi asufana nendlela esiphatha ngayo imithetho emakhaya. Ndabezethu Nkosi Mavuso uzakunika ubese sivulela amalunga aphendule aphawule.
Nkosi Hlalo. I know Hlalo. Sizi transform traditional leaders. Hlalo, before initiate goes to initiation school, there are forms that are filled. One is his consent that he wants to undergo. Secondly, is from the local clinic that this child is diabetic or is taking medication. And there's a third one, the parental consent. The person that has signed as a parent to give consent that the child must go to initiation school is the one that should be responsible, together with Nkosi of that area. For instance, during the season, Nkosi Matanzima, as the chairperson of PACC, deploys the 232 traditional leaders of the Eastern Cape to visit all their villages and monitor what is taking place. So it should be capacitated in terms of the law, that it gives that instruction, and even traditional leaders have got a code of conduct. The other issue that I must just mention, Chair, just because I just took my son there, one initiate cost about 1,000 rand. The nurse is 1.5. So in other words, since I took 7 boys, that traditional surgeon went back home with 7,000 rand. And after the initiation is over, the nurse, I pay 1.5 per initiate. So there's an element in this custom of commercialization. The more initiates you have, the more money you make. And remember, Kabazal, this money is not taxed. You bring it cash and it's paid there in the bush, and so on and so on. Thanks.
I think the members have got a better sense of this issue. Now we're going to ask for comments and questions. I will start. You don't need to ask. I'm just saying you have the opportunity to do so.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Sorry. Honorable Mkarib, we'll come to you. You wanted to come in before? Yes, we'll take that order. We'll just move along like that. We'll move along that way and then we'll come ultimately this way.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you for the understanding. We had this presentation nationally a couple of weeks back, and I said, look, I don't know this yet. And the Chairperson said, well, now you must start knowing this. It's not my custom, it's not my tradition. So I found this very interesting today, unpacking everything. I'm from the Eastern Cape, actually, Chief Matanzima. So I see these bomas. I come from the rural area. Starkspruit is in my area. So I do understand somewhat. Chairperson, with that, I need to then just also say that I'm quite disheartened by the MEC not showing up today. This would have been in his program, and I think we need to, as the accounting, head for COCTA, that he is not here. I think we need to just check into why he's not here.
I'm sorry. May I just say, I do have a letter actually. He did apologize. There is a sitting in the Eastern Cape. I'll send the letter to the members so that you can see. And then, of course, the honorable member, Mlokoti, is the chief director. HOD, right, yes, is the HOD. So I think it's acceptable that the MEC has put an apology and the senior leader in the department who's here. So I'd like us to put that behind us. I'll send you the letter,
Thank
but please
you.
proceed.
So I've just got a couple of questions on one of the slides, and I think it was the one you had the query about the legal versus the illegal schools. The illegal schools is at 145, I think it was. But we can't compare that to anything because we don't have the previous year or the previous year's figures. So, I mean, what are we comparing that to? There's 145, you can't say it's cut off here, but you can't, but there's 145. So my point that I'm trying to make is what was it last year, the 145? So that we can draw to a conclusion that, in fact, there was 170 last year and we are now down to 145. Or there was 110 last year and now we are at 145, so it's grew. So I think we need to have a comparison to see where we were and where we are now. That is the one thing. Then on the 14 deaths in the Eastern Cape, 9 of them were from illegal schools. Have those since been shut down? Are they shut down? Are they still operating? I'd like to just find out from those specific 9 deaths. Then something upset me this morning when we read about the assault of these children, and it's not only children. We saw a man of 50 odd years also undergoing this tradition. The assault is a very bad one for me because obviously as a mother, I'm a mother, you send your children to school, normal school, you send your child to this practice of circumcision, expecting that child to be safe and for that child not to come back. So I think we need to really, understand, is this assault like the man that was hit with a spade, for instance? Did that come from outside? Was it an attack on that boma? Do we know what happens, or is that part of the practice to see if you can withstand certain beatings? I don't know. I'm asking this because I don't know. Then I read some newspaper articles, and one of the interesting facts that I found in the Eastern Cape specifically was that there was an area where there was Inglibi. Is it Inglibi? What is that the practice? There was a 19-year-old child, well, it's still a child, that was the traditional surgeon on some of these children that go. Is there not an age limit to who can actually do these circumcisions? I'm finding that interesting that a 19-year-old can actually do this. I don't know, again, I'm asking. Then on the costs, I know the DM has spoken about the costs, and also I think it's Chief Mavuso also spoke about, it's 1,000 Rand and 1,500 Rand for the nurses. After having a quick discussion, I understand that in provinces, although you try to standardize the cost, because I think that's where these legal schools and what he has just said, if you try and standardize the costs to say that this is what it's supposed to be costing, in different provinces there's different needs and there's different ways, so the costs might fluctuate in provinces, but I'd like to understand more about what can be done regarding that. Another thing that I also read about, and I think it links to what the chief had said, is that, there's money to be made here. And I read some stories where children were stolen from their homes and families extorted. Is the department aware, is the traditional leaders aware of this? What are we doing to combat that sort of thing? Because if you steal a child to do these practices and extort the parents for money, I think there's definitely something wrong. And then there was one gentleman, I think it was the older gentleman that had died, that I think someone said that there was no forensic pathology after this unnatural death. I'd like to find out more about that. I don't know how you can put someone in the ground without, when this was the scenario, there was no, and what has happened with that case specifically. And I think for now, that's my silly questions. Thank you, Chair.
No, that's fine. They will be responded to. In some of the instances, the presentation was that, I think from the secretary, they were attacked. These were pre-existing grudges from outside, and people came in and attacked. But the members, they will give us a response. I think there is no question that is not allowed. So I'll rule if I think it's out of order. So just feel comfortable. Mapoko.
No, ngithokoze kakhulu sihlalo ngilotshise inkosi yekhethu inkosi yawanzunzafene undaba ezitha silotshise inkosi uMathanzima silotshise inkosi Mavuso silotshise inkosi liyajika uDM sithokoze kakhulu nawo bonke abakhona ama traditional leaders ngilotshise nondaba ezitha uShenge Sokalisa. It would be amiss of me not to do so. But also my chairperson as well, who's very generous with us talking here. Thank you. But Chair, I think if you go to slide 17 and 16, I think you touched on it in your opening with regards to non-finality of some of the cases. Mhlawumbe inkosi yakwaZunzafeni ezongizwisisa. Uzobabudisanyana ukuthi sikhulume ngesiko lengoma ngoba labanye bethu sibuya khona sokunande sikhuluma mara sibuye enganeno vele singangeni khulu. If you look at slide 17 and 16, the one of the head injury is from a legal initiation school. Now, the question arises to say, after this incident has happened, what are the consequence management that emanate from that? Is that school still classified as a legal initiation school after that incident? Because as and when that incident was done, it is from a legal school. Also, with regards to the one in Kariga of the gunshot as well, because it's also from a legal school. I understand the chairperson also tried to come in now to assist Honorable Fansale that there are some issues which come from outside, which people follow them into the initiation school. But what is the consequence management? Because I would say if that incident happens, perhaps would say we should suspend or whatever I know that there are certificates which are issued. Maybe suspend the certificate for a while we do the investigation, satisfy ourselves that all the measures have been put in place to make sure that something like this does not happen, and then from there take it to that level. But then also if sorry, that was slide 11, not slide 16. But if you look, if again, Chair, we go to slide 16 and 17, that's what I wanted to speak to. The issue of the non-finality of cases. For instance, in 2010, we had specialized courts for the 2010 FIFA World Cup. We've got a significant issue that is affecting us here, which most provinces practice initiation. Why can't we have specialized courts to deal with some of these issues so that we can fast track the prosecution of these, and then also go a step further, maybe within law enforcement as well, within SAPS, have specialized units that a cooperation maybe between the NPA, the SAPS, and also perhaps the Justice Department, where we can fast track, make sure that we can finalize some of these costs. I understand that some families don't want to be forthcoming with information and all of that. With the issue now of the pre-screening, Right to Care also operates in Mpumalanga, for instance. It's one of the NGOs which are really coming to the party when it comes to initiation schools. I see even here in the Eastern Cape, they try to provide some sort of assistance in that with the pre-screening. And I also think that this also goes to what Inkosi Matanzima was saying, that the Act itself does not have funding. That's number one. But also there's not enough government support that comes in. Then you get right to care that comes and does my pre-screenings. Now, for instance, where we come from in Mpumalanga, we do quite a lot of pre-screenings, which is done in the main by families per se, where you'll go to the doctor. I think you go see a Wanzunzafene who will know who Dr. Masombuga, but what is it that we're doing to support organizations like Right to Care to make sure that the spread is across the province? And then also, the classification of initiation school in as far as is in the Act, as Ikosi Matanzima has said, that they've got a difficulty with it. Maybe from the perspective of the DM, Ikosi Uliachiga, is there anything that we're doing with that in terms of legislation from the executive to say that we may need to maybe change that in a way? And I think it's what the chairperson wanted to get clarity on. Because, for instance, where we come from in Mpumalanga, I'll give you an example with the MEC of Kokta, the Ikosi Uspidi Mashilo, has an initiation school that can take up to 2,000 initiates at one go. 708 initiates at one go. But then in the Eastern Cape is different, where you say now Ipoma can have 1 or 2 or 3 people. Now, what is it from the department side, from the executive, that we are doing to make sure that this is consistent so that it can be implementable? The other issue in terms of the parental involvement, there's a slide there that speaks about the lack of parental involvement, but also there's a contradiction as well that comes in. You say initiation is it's a practice which must be led by families. Fine. And then Ikos Mavuso made an example that he took his son and his brother's son, there were 7 there, and then they were responsible and all of that. But if you've got a Ipoma that has 2 people, obviously it must be heavily led by a family. I mean, it's just 2 people, 3 people. Why are we having challenges or experiencing any fatality in that situation? Whereas one would maybe, not that it's acceptable, but I might say, I might be a bit swayed to say if there's a high number of initiates in one initiation school, then I can say there's a case of negligence because there's too many of them. One can't tend to them at all at the same time. The issue of educational awarenesses, which was also raised here, it's a sore point because it also speaks to what Nikos Matanzim also was mentioning, that they have to go and do educational awarenesses about the Customary Initiation Act to traditional leaders. Now, when we do laws in Parliament, we do public participation. Was public participation done? And if it was done, where was it done? Which traditional leaders did you consult? For instance, if you are developing Customary Initiation Act and you know that the highest number of initiates comes from the Eastern Cape, which areas did you go to when you were doing public participation before this law came into effect? Which traditional leaders did you speak to? Mpumalanga, for instance, we've also have got that, and then we've also Limpopo as well. But if after the fact, you have now, because Matanzima saying they've got to go and educate traditional leaders, whereas the act has been in place since 2021, it's problematic. For me, that's very problematic because now, hence the issue now of initiation becomes a health issue, is no longer a traditional issue because there is no enough engagement perhaps from the department to make sure that you engage with traditional leaders. I think the other issue that maybe we must also come in, Chair, you know, I don't want to differ or anything like that, but Ikosmav also makes an important point when he says a man must also take responsibility, similar to when you don't pay or similar when you don't take care of your child, you are taken to court and all of that. But there are also slight difficulties there. We've got single parents, for instance. Fathers, some of them have decided to become springboks, have run away. But then in those instances, what then happens? Because children in the main, yes, I understand that there's a consent form that initiate must sign. Wants to go, the father is not present, then it's a single mother that is there. Obviously, she can't partake into those things. But no malume and all of that, that can still assist the process. But in the event where that is not there, what then happens? And then there's also another issue where the father is present, but the father has not undergone initiation. He himself, he can't go there to go and oversee his own son. Because if the father has not undergone initiation, they are not married with the mother is single parent, the mother takes the son to initiation school, even if the father is well-meaning, wants to oversee, he can't. It's important. Like, if he goes there, he's also going to come back when the son comes back. So that's where the challenge is, maybe where we need to find a balance in terms of legislation. The other issue, Honorable Chairperson, the issue of, I understand that there's a concern of commercialization, which is true. ECPICC makes an important point as well. I think we need to separate the nice to haves with what customarily is initiation school. Ikosa kwanza fene ela kuzongizwa uhlangithi kune kwawo ingoma iyagoduka. We want to do expensive things which have nothing to do with the culture of customary initiation. Families are spending huge amounts of money on things that have nothing to do with customary initiation. So therefore the issue of commercialization of the practice itself as well is there, but also I've got a bit of a challenge with it as well. Because if you look at how we do it in Mpumalanga, we contract a right to care. That's all of our that's everything that needs to be done in that instance. But then families would pay, say, 3,800 rands. That 3,800 rands covers everything. It covers the food that one must eat for the duration of the 2 months that you are in there and everything. And so the actual cost of initiation, where I come from, I can argue until tomorrow and say it's 3,800 rands, including everything else. But when these children come back, there's an element of umkiti where someone will spend 100,000 rands, someone will spend 50,000 rands, and all of that. They present these children with expensive cars and all of that. But the actual cost of initiation is only just 3,800 rands. But if we allow some of these things to cloud the actual customary initiation, then we start saying the cost of it is it's not 60,000. You can go there and come back having spent only 3,800 rand. But a fellow initiate their family having spent 200,000 rands, and you were in the same boma with this one. You spent 3,800 rands, but this one spent 200,000 rands. But the actual cost is 3.8. Now, the issue of commercialization to ECPICC, you know, when you go to a doctor, if the doctor can see 10 people today, and I know, I say I'm touching doctors, the chair wants to shut me. I'm just joking. But I think our chairman will understand.
I think we should ask you for a presentation.
No, this is my last 2 points, Chair. So in terms of, maybe we can regulate to say, how much can a traditional surgeon charge? Maybe that's where we can regulate it in terms of the charges. But for instance, a right to care would say we pay a certain rate per initiate, which might be below or it might be over what other traditional surgeons do charge. Chair, because you've already provided leadership, I don't want to be on your wrong side. Thanks.
No, thanks. We will proceed. I also don't want us to get stray too far. When Deputy Minister was raising the issue of the cost, his point was not more around the cost more than it was about the sense of responsibility of the parents. That you've already committed so much, but you've got another responsibility you are neglecting. So that was the main point. The other point that the Tinkosi Mavuso was raising does not differ too much from the main proposal, but I do want us to, whilst we comment on it, not to create a confusion about whether we want to put something on the law on it. We're not discussing the costing in the law, but it's okay to have a sense, so then we can see afterwards what we have to do about all of that. Sheng.
Thank you, Honorable Chair Kabazela. Ngibingelela makhosi esizwa khona ngenhlonipho. Deputy Minister Mashe, DG, the whole team really from COGTA there, and of course my esteemed colleagues here in the committee. I think, Mr. Chairman, you really made it a bit easy for us when you pointed out that some of us are just going to wear firmly our oversight hats without being judgmental. And of course, there's ignorance as well, because we all know that in other areas, even if some of us are from KwaZulu, but it's not as steeped. It is there happening in some measure, but it's not as steeped as it is in the Eastern Cape. So I really think that helps us a lot as we try to play our role the best way we can. I think that maybe it's a right place to start, Mr. Chairman, just to premise by saying, these schools and all that is happening there are a microcosm of the society. So, I mean, that really makes you ask yourself, should intervention be different? Because it's the same community, it's just relocated there and back. So sometimes they will come back with things from there which are not necessarily in the community. But I think in my comment, I thought I would just try to look at things in an overarching way, cut across, because I wasn't there at the presentation, but my own observation, of course, even before one was in the committee, one has been knowing that this is a very hotly discussed issue, because I think it has become much more different than what it used to be known as. I mean, we have mentioned things like commercialization and all those things there. Then maybe my comment also, Honorable Chair, here is that what I find a bit concerning, just as I said, I will try to be as overarching as possible. If on the one side you look at the challenges, and then you just oppose the challenges with, of course, the objective of zero deaths, you find it very difficult to close the gap. Because challenges, if you look at them, some of them, if one can just quote, there are myths which are deep set, and you ask yourself, to what extent does education impact those myths? Because they can be obstructionist, those myths, so there's no doubt about that. Is the family members interfering, like hiding things and all that? That's a challenge on its own. And the very serious one of violence. I mean, one of the incourses mentioned that they actually have to dash for cover or get police to come and help them. And then these mushrooming illegal schools as well are a big challenge. Although it's concerning, if I just touch for a moment on that point, or not my colleague sat here next to me, Mapena, to say, then really it gets grossly concerning when it happens at a legal school. And then it's to say also what happens, what is the consequences for a legal school which has been screened, and then there's a fatality there or an injury. And I think also it was very telling for me, Honorable Chair, was that one of the members, I think Inkosi there, mentioned that there is no capacity to comply with the Act. So that situation tells you that it becomes very challenging because the Act is trying to regularize this, any area where the Act is involved. So now if a member of the committee says there's no capacity, then I think it gets very, very deeply concerning. Maybe as a comment, the other one also, I just want to understand how robust is the screening the intake of these initiates, because you know the lines have become very blurred, if one can put it that way. They have been blurred between the traditional, on one side, the health, the commercialization. So it gets very, very difficult really to gain a handle on what is happening there. And I mean, it's really a typical example of fiddling whilst Rome is burning, because we are talking about lives here. It's one life too many. So the number doesn't matter really of statistic to say, well, it gives you a feel of what happens there. But now I think really one can empathize with the committee, because if things continue, I think the way they are in terms of this crisis we're facing, because you see now, if we look at statistics and they show you that it's improving, the trajectory is in the right direction, it's actually called comfort, because it's still, you know, improving within the wrong end of the spectrum. So I think I'm saying that one can really empathize with them, because at the moment, as it is now, sitting here, as I say, not claiming to know everything that happens in that space, but what I feel as sitting as a member of this committee is really to say, it's very difficult to see, as I said earlier, there's 0 deaths. I mean, how long is that piece of string? Because you see also what my view about statistics, Honorable Chair, is that, you know, they say that at times, I'm sure a lot of you have read that book by The Art of War. But I'm sure they are seeing, Deputy Minister is smiling. Because really there's that thing that they say that, you know, you find that sometimes you win the battles, but you lose the war. When I look at this at the moment, I think there will be skirmishes. These are skirmishes that are being won, but I don't know if the war is being won in terms of where we want to get. So really, in a nutshell, Chair, I'm just saying that I don't know if there's anything at the moment, Makosa Ashwin Pegile and the committee, which makes one feel that this war is being won. And then I think also that gap, maybe if there's any intervention, especially from the point of view where, as I said, it was said right here today that there's no capacity to comply. But I'm looking forward also to the presentation, Honorable Chair, I think there's the presentation that is following after this one, that maybe one could get some comfort of saying, how are we trying to close this gap? But from my side, really, that is my comment to say at the moment we are winning skirmishes, but it looks like the war is looming larger than before. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Sheng. Honorable Koik.
Thank you, Chairperson, and greetings to the Deputy Minister and the Chiefs and everyone present. Chairperson, through you, is the non-participation of traditional leaders, community members, the poor participation of parents, is it a form of protest against what is perceived to be Western influence within customary practice? Is what I am interested in, because when I hear, even when the Chief spoke earlier, it seems like there is a huge disconnect between legislation and what is happening on the ground in reality. And it seems like the law is not postured in a way of seeking to understand the custom and then formulate things that supports and strengthens customary practice. But it seems like the posture is legislation comes to police or manage, and so as a result, what the law would call culpable homicide in the practice the members of the community won't see it in that way because of looking through the lens of the custom. So in the approach of drafting legislation, is there an appreciation, a deep appreciation for understanding the actual practice, the actual customary practice? If that is lacking, then I have to conclude and ask, is there a possibility that someone would feel, why must I participate in a murder case when in terms of my custom, my understanding is this is the risk, someone has died, it's my child, I'm broken, I'm hurt, but it's our custom. So I'm not going to go be a witness in something that Western law calls murder. Is that perhaps on the ground the sense or the feeling? Is it a form of protest against what is considered or perceived to be Western involvement or interference in customary practice? Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, in a way, you're gonna get Amakosi to comment because there is a level of that dichotomy that we have to work through. At the end, the question is, however they understand it, how do we stop the deaths? But however the deaths would have happened, how do we then hold people responsible so that we have a deterrent? So I think your question is quite relevant. Thank you very much, Honorable Taiposh.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, Honorable Deputy Ministers, Ndabezita, Bayed, Honorable Members, good morning. Chair, I'm actually, I was sitting and listening to this and I was like, I'm listening to a story from years gone by, you know, very long ago when we were still, yes, we're traditional, but unfortunately we've moved along, you know, and traditions are there to be practiced, but things are better. People don't have to die anymore. We can prevent that. We can prevent that. We can achieve the same thing that we want to achieve, but people don't have to die, and it doesn't, I don't believe it makes you any less of a man or any less of a human being. By, firstly, number one is the traditional surgeons. Are they qualified enough? What qualifications do they have to cut on somebody, to cut on a person? You need to be a surgeon to lift a scalpel, you know? And I cannot think otherwise than that the money also plays a thing, but we can control these things again. We can say, sorry, yes, this is the situation, you've got 100 boys, you've got 20 boys, you've got 10 boys, but it has to be done by somebody qualified. And it has to be done under conditions that are hygienic and clinical, so to prevent infections and all those kind of things that eventually becomes mutations and stuff like that. So I'm almost saying that we can, and legislation can do this, and I know we've got new legislation that has just passed, but legislation can do that, and I'm saying to myself, and I'm sorry, you know, we also have our traditions, but okay, we don't let people die when we can prevent it, and when we don't have to do it, you know. So I'm saying to myself, and we are still here, we are still the same people, and you know, we are alive, for, you know, for a better word. So, Chair, I'm just concerned that we're living in the ages, almost in primitive ages, where we do things that we are doing, and we allow things like that. Yet, On the other side, we've got TVs in our homes, and we watch television, and we've got cell phones and stuff like that. And we're prepared to change that way, but we're not prepared to change our customs, or to not change it, I would say, improve our customs, or do something, whatever you want to do, to ensure that our children don't die. No child should die because of that. I don't think any mother, any father would send his or her child to an initiation school, and because we can control the schools first and foremost. We can come down very hard on those illegal schools. They will never open a school again. On those surgeons that call themselves surgeons, we can come very hard down on those that call themselves surgeons. And and we can ensure that this gets done in a proper setup. Once they've been there the whole period, or whatever period they've been there, and it's time for them to have their circumcisions, we can make sure that we have the right facility, the right people that are qualified, the right medical care and attention to make sure that our children survive this, and they don't have to suffer after that. So I'm worried that we actually, besides the parents, which I believe, and which I will say, if my son goes there and I let him go there and I let him go through that ordeal, and he dies, I gave permission for him to go there. This is culpable homicide. I am to blame for that, because I said, no, it's okay. You can go there. I think it's going to be okay. So I don't know. I think we need to rethink this, Chair. Thank you. Sorry.
Yeah, point well made. I think that's the core of the issue. The custom is a custom. It does not need to lead to death. Honorable Mkhalipi.
Thanks, Chair. Greetings to the Deputy Minister who's leading the delegation. Ngibingelele namakhosi akhona nosihlalo wendlu Baba Mahlangu. Nabo bonke nje bangixolele ngeke ngisababiza ngamagama nje. I agree, Chair. Thina into esifuna ukuyibona is Undabezitha next to me is emphasizing, as we are also emphasizing, Chair. Greetings to DG and as well. Ukubona ukuthi abantu bangafi. Noma kuthiwa ku4 yedwa, lo muntu ufune ngaba kafanga. We are not here to poke to each and every processes that is taking place in terms of initiations. We are not here to do that. Ngoba sifuna ukubona abantu bephephile. Njoba sisho Chair ukuthi usiko lase Eastern Cape kakhulukazi lolu siyalazi ukuthi kubaleke kanjani. Kubantu base Eastern Cape bengakubulala ngalolu siko. I know very well. If nje mekuthiwa uya ngentabeni Eastern Cape awuyona indoda. Ayona uyinkwenkwe noma kodwa ke at the end of the day usungayona indoda. Even in the presentation there is a 56-year-old person who unfortunately passed away. And you can see ukuthi that person shuthi ke elalini behlale khunjuza ukuthi awuyona indoda useyinkwenkwe at the age of 56 years old. So my point that I'm driving, Chair, ukuthi there's so much things that needs to happen to avoid a situation whereby people are still dying. Chair go into details to say that in 2022, according to the presentation that the Secretary to the Traditional Council was making, at least in 2022 there were 12 compared to 2021, and it's in 2024 it's looked like we are losing that battle. So to me, mhlambe Chair, la kufanele zoom in DM is to ensure ukuthi i-provincial coordinating committee ngoba mabubona nezincomo zabo, even nezinto abasitshela zona ukuthi these are the challenges. One of the challenges speaks to the lacks of parenting. I think the Deputy Chair spoke about it, and also the lack of the participation of the community, the lack of the participation of traditional leaders. So to me is a coordination again, Chair. Mhlambe the DG, when it comes with this presentation, is going to tell us how to close that gap between nationally, no province, and all other stakeholders who are supposed to be in par in terms of initiating school. But Chair, as we were saying from the beginning, that not as members, if nila nizokhuluma winter initiation seasons or initiation school, not siyafunda as amalungu eParliament, because asilazi kahle lolu siko. So nje nisibekezelele if sibuza imibuzo engathi iyalumela. But at the end of the day, what we want to achieve as members of this portfolio is to prevent death in the family. I hear your argument, DM, and the Deputy Chair, when you are saying that the main problem is the lack of parenting. Abazali, they are not involved too much. But again, okufuneka sikwenze thina njenge provincial coordinating team ukuthi sibenza kanjani abazali. Njoba ngisho ukuthi lelu siko is very important in the Eastern Cape. So now we have to devise means and ways ukuthi how to make abazali get to be much involved. Because I can't imagine whereby umzali ezobeka imali about 30,000 to 50,000 as per DM, saying that, I mean, budget umzali, range from 30,000 to 50,000. But umzali akekho involved. So there's something that is lacking on the side of abazali and us who are coordinating this program and the department and this a team from national. So ileo gap efuna si identify. So a presentation ka secretary as well spoke about how do you do your campaign. So you also have to go through if we go to media, is it sufficient? You can go to media, uthole ukuthi abantu bayalalela nje. Do you negotiate with media people ukuthi okay, we want to campaign about this culture, but sifuna kube mhlambe i-call in, whereby abantu bezokhola in and babuze and something, an interactive kind of a session. Instead of Inkosi Umatanzima go and talk, or Inkosi Umahlangu, that's all. Okay, you don't know how interactive was with the media. The second one, I think we must add as well, because we must add to solutions. Also, when you are doing your campaign, targets also is the schools around the area. I don't see on your list, are you also targeting the schools in order to do your campaign? Even a police station, because it's one of the slides talks about that you have cases that are not going anywhere. But we are saying, the Deputy Chair is saying that one of the reasons is that my parents are not serious about taking those cases. Involve police. When you go and campaign to visit traditional leaders, police must be there as well, in order for them to know, okay, to investigate such cases. Nabo baneklu what are they dealing with? You find that now that is one of those cases. If the parent is not cooperating, so nami vele nama case out 39 in my desk. Involve everyone that you can involve in order for us to come to the committee next time to say, we have achieved what we have achieved. Zero death. But I'm still not clear, Chair. I think that it was the line of your questioning. These schools, because the secretary is saying 11,600 initiates, but the schools were 3,000. And when you zoom in, can you take us through what type of a school, what type of an arrangement is a school? So we're told maybe anyone can have this school. So now how do you determine if this individual is saying that I'm having this initial school, which is a legal school? The other war that we are not winning is these illegal schools. I think we spoke about this thing before. We said let us use even intelligence, because we are saying is one of your challenges in the province. Is the lack of capacity. You can't identify these illegal schools. I'm sure if we can also use intelligence, because at the end of the day, we need to protect our youngsters. It's becoming a problem. We are not winning on that one. In the same vein, Chair, we are so disappointed with even in the legal, so-called legal schools. But mhlambe nizosichazela ukuthi nidetermine kanjani ukuthi this is a legal school ke. And then I take your point, the Deputy Chair, when you are saying that in terms of this act. Unfortunately, DM, we are the custodian of this act. You must go and ensure it is working. You can't be coming here to say resources, what. It's your act now. It's passed. You are the custodian. So now, you must find it, you must make it work through the department, through the structures, and through everyone. And at the end of the day, we must have zero death in the name of the culture. The last point, uche at least on prepare we must not, mhlambe you must not be very angry when we ask some questions that you think is outside your culture. I think when you are talking about the lack of parenting, I was listening to the deputy chairperson saying that making an example about his own son. I don't hear him, or I don't hear you talking about the role of women. I know a culture, ukuthi khuluma ngabantu besilisa, my boys, but the role of a mother goes a long way. Even your delegation here in Nkosmahlangu does not reflect that we are embracing women in the whole setup, DM. Sibona nje isiqoqo samadoda, 2 women from the department, but coming now to the coordinating structure, to the national committee, there's no role of women. Angikwazi ukuzala umntwana. Ngithi yes iculture funeka umntwana ahamba entabeni. Bese futhi ngingabi nerole umntwanami. Ngiyelele kutata nje. Thola ukuthi utata unengane mhlambe ezu17. Zonke lezi ngane mhlambe kufuneka ziye entabeni. Mina as a mother ngizalele udeputy chair umntana oyi1. Ngine concern engane yami ukuthi izohamba kahle yini. But you are not involving me. There are no programs in your structures that involves in women. So go and rectify that. Bring the women. I think, yes, Bab Mahlangu, deputy chair, all the you DM. You can't be a DM in a democratic state and then you just close your eyes when it comes to this. And then now a culture. Abo mama bangeni la bayangena mama, this is democracy. Ekugcineni kosuku izingane ezizalwa omama lezi esibe sizokhala la sizokhala ngomthetho nkosumahlangu sithi hayi umthetho awuzivumeli mama uyobona once we involve omama niyobona mhlambe kuyoncipha nalenkinga esibhekene nayo because we want to achieve zero number in death. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Khalifi. Honorable Sompa.
Thanks, Chair. Greetings to DM and the kings that are here and the delegation that is here, and also greetings to COPTA team. My questions, this topic is very complex, DM. So I just want to ask, for the past 3 years, we have seen the Eastern Cape as the highest in terms of initiation deaths. So, in terms of the committee legacy report, the following were identified as the challenge. Firstly is the operation of illegal schools, underage initiate, those who are going to initiate that are underage. And what is the plan? Or is there any monitoring tool to avoid all these problems? There is this issue that my colleague have spoke about the, why can't there be a regulations in terms of the prices of the initiation school? Because really, households are not the same. There are those who are suffering. But now, if we don't regulate the price of initiation, because some find it as an opportunity to get rich quickly for that season of initiation. And then the laws that must be followed, there must be laws that must be followed in initiation school, because there are complaints that the kids are being beaten. Sometimes they are not given food, they are punished by those things, they don't get water. I can't survive a day without water. So I'm asking myself, how can they survive 5 days without drinking water? Is it possible? So those kind of things that need to be put into a law so that everyone who's having a legal initiation school must follow, so that anything that happened, they must be able to be responsible. DM, I will also maybe in the next time, you also focus in other provinces. In Northwest, in the area of Kanana, there is this Sotho people that came illegally in this country. They have opened those initiation school. They are costing people a lot of money. The kids are kids. Some will run to the initiation school. The parents are not working. They will hold the child to say, if you don't give us our money, we are not going to give out your child. So those kind of issues. Next time when you come, maybe you must be able to go those side, or your people must go that side and check those kind of things, that they must be closed, so that, because it's illegal to do so. Some of them, they die there, and there is nothing that is happening in those areas to say the police will make a follow-up. They will tell the parents, but we did not send your child to go to that initiation school. So those kind of things, let's check them. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Direko.
Thank you, Chair. Greeting to the Deputy Minister and the delegation from the Department of Traditional Affairs, the Chairperson and the members of the committee. Chair, this matter of Eastern Cape, it's, if we were to declare a disaster on the death on the initiates, we'll also identify Eastern Cape as one of that province. In the previous administration, we went to Eastern Cape more than twice on the same matter. And as Honorable Sompu has indicated, we realized that some of the things are done because there's no compliance with the law, and of which it's something that we also need to look at. We had about 5 recommendations when we were in Eastern Cape. One of the recommendation is as a result of the parents not playing their role. We then requested the provincial government, together with the House of the Traditional Leaders, that they will need to establish a dedicated team that will be responsible for monitoring parents in terms of fulfilling their responsibilities in line with the section 222 of customary initiation. We'll also like to check with the colleagues from Eastern Cape, what is the progress in this regard? Because we're doing that in order to ensure that everyone plays his or her own role in this particular process. Secondly, there was an issue with the Provincial Initiation Coordinating Committee, where some of the members were no longer attending meetings and stuff like that. I also want to check if they have then established that committee, how effective is that committee? And Chair, the other issue is that we had many illegal schools where the way we're classifying this as illegal schools is because we went to some initiation schools, although we did not go inside, but we're there with all the relevant stakeholders, the Department of Education, your subs and what. When we arrived in, I think it was 2 of them, where we realized that the children who were under the age of 12 years were part of the school. And some of them were dehydrated, so we had to take them to the hospital. And I also want to check with the colleagues as to how many cases have been opened. And what we also observed is that there's a fear in terms of parents speaking out. When we were there, we spoke with some parents who have lost their children in the initiation schools. And I could say that they were afraid to talk because when you start to speak out, they feel that they will be victimized when we leave that area, because there's that thing that we need to protect our culture at all costs. So if you speak out, it means that you are also disrespecting the culture. And we also had the fake doctors' letters, because as one of the requirements to go there, there's a medical certificate that you need to get from the doctor. So what we also got there was that some of the initiation schools were using the fake doctor's certificate. When we look at the certificate that they had at the time, we realized that it's from a doctor who passed on long time ago. So those were some of the things that we picked up. So as a way forward, I think we need to get a sense of progress in terms of the challenges that are there. Because I believe that all of us here, we are here and we don't want to undermine tradition or dwell much on the issues of tradition. But what we want is to say, in line of practicing our traditions, let's make sure that we also protect the lives and the livelihood of those who are becoming part of the process. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. We're going to request for responses, Matiba. And the secretary, you might want to come in, Gosu Mavuso, as well. This definition of legal school does need to be explained a bit. Maybe we need to just get to that point. But I also feel that calling this a school is misleading. We should probably be using the vernacular term so that we don't get the confusion about how you define a school with one person. You know, a school for a family and another one for the neighbor and another one for the members of the family. It's creating a bit of confusion. But anyway, that's probably just on the side. I think at the end, what we would like to get from the leadership in the Eastern Cape, here is a legislation. We still have deaths. How do you see us going forward to stop the deaths? That's really the bottom line. For us, and none of us here want to make a comment about the custom. And I think the members have been very clear. There's no one who's going to make any comment about the custom because we accept that. But I've looked at all the causes of death. None of those deaths should have actually happened. They're all preventable. They are all avoidable. And they're actually not necessarily a fait accompli that because you've gone through an initiation, then of course you're going to end up with those. They are not. Therefore, at the end of the day, it's a failure of us as leaders to find a solution that must help us to stop people from dying. We won't be able to say to people, stop your custom. But we're saying you can't do it in a manner that, you know, somebody can die. So how do we get there? Let me come back, Dave. So qala ngawe sizobuya ke size ngapha ku national.
Umhlakazi uthuma phakathi, so I have to comply. He said I must start njengomphakathi.
Good, right.
Can I start with the question? I'll take some, not all. On the issue of consequence management with regards to illegal schools, the question was whether are they closed or not after that. I think you are right, Chairperson, when you are saying in the way you are practicing it, maybe we need to give it another name, not a school. It's just because in Xhosa or in vernacular, we're calling it amabhoma. And then in this case, you'll open it when you are going to take your son to initiation, and then after that it gets banned, and then it's finished. So there's no bomb after that, so there's no initiation school. After the process, it's finished, it's not there anymore. There's not gonna be any other initiation school in that family up until they're going to go to it again. So to answer that, after the program, they get closed. And then on the issue of specialized court and specialized unit, this is the question that we have raised with the Department of Justice, NPA in particular. They said there are no more opening specialized courts. Hence, we are saying now we've got what we call a justice cluster within the Provincial Initiation Technical Task Team. That justice cluster consists of members from NPA, SAPS, and the Department of Community Safety. They are monitoring these cases, but now our stand is that coming this season, they need to check up their act and make a quick response to cases. But the challenge is the one that has been cited, that with these cases, when you go to the families, you'll find that they are no more interested to continue the case, more especially if a boy has came back from the initiation school and he was fine. Even in cases of death, sometimes we find that the person will tell, but my child has died, and then what's the point of me pursuing the case? So find that it's difficult for the investigating officers. But the reason why now we are establishing that justice team within our structure is for them to deal with the cases immediately as they happen. So that is the intervention that we're going to have going forward. And then as to how do we support the right to care to spread over the province, excuse me, that is exactly what we have done this year. Previously, we had to right to care dealing with only 3 districts. That is, it was OR Tambo, Amatole, and Krisani. But now the 5-year MOU that we have signed with the right to care also includes other 2 districts. That is in it's Alfred Nzo, Krisani, Amatole, OR Tambo, and but there are 5 districts, Chairperson, with the exception of Sarah Bartman, Joe Kabi, and Nelson Mandela. So we are trying to spread the wings of right to care, but it also depends on the grant that they have received from their funder, which is PEPFAR and CDC. And then another one, it's on the how to determine a legal school. In the Eastern Cape, we are saying the school is legal or illegal when the boy has undergone all the processes of first getting the parental consent. There's a form that they sign that there's a parental consent. And then there's a form that they'll get that the traditional surgeon is legal and known, the traditional nurse is legal and known, and then the form from the traditional leader or the council. When we go and do the monitoring, the first thing that we look at when we get into the initiation school is to get those documents. If those documents are not there, or the boy was not screened and then did not have all these forms, that school becomes illegal. Hence, we are saying in our intervention that we'll be having, we'll be visiting the kingdoms, the traditional council, to make it a point that at least instead of them going to town to get the screening or to any clinic, the screening needs to be done in the nearest traditional council or headman's place so that they can be screened and then all those forms are done. And then on the issue of a traditional surgeon, what kind of a traditional surgeon? Even the Act is saying that it must be a person who's experienced in doing that and who's got possibly plus minus 40 years as a person. On the issue of the Eastern Cape, where we find that a 19-year-old person, I won't say a boy because we were told that he underwent the process the previous year, meaning that he only had 1 year experience as a man. That boy was arrested. I think he's still in custody. He's really responsible for the deaths that took place in East London at Konobi. I think I can go so far, Chairperson. Again, on the role of women, but I'm sure Abahlegas will add on this. Abo Mama, they've got a very big role to play when it comes to customary male initiation. It starts with the boy, in most instances at home. Amakweng will go to their mothers and tell them, Mama, please tell Utata that I want to go to initiation school. And then it will be the family, the father and the mother will start discussing about that. And then even when they have to build the boma or the heart of the boy, it's the women that are building that, according to the custom. Let alone now it has been westernized and then we'll find men in the street building that. But according to custom, it's supposed to be Obo Mama. It's even the mother who's cooking for the boy whilst he's in the bush. It's her responsibility to see that the child in the initiation school is getting nutritious food so that he can heal well and properly. Again, it's the responsibility of the mother to get the clothes of the boy when he comes back from school. It's her responsibility again to brew traditional mkomboti as they are coming back. So they've got a role, and Utata has got a responsibility to keep Umama appraised of whatever is taking place in the initiation school and the progress of the boy, so that they can prepare for the coming back of the boys. So it starts at home up until he comes back. The only thing that is not being said is the only thing Mama that will get is to say the boy is progressing well. If Utata is visiting the initiation school or the Iboma frequently, he will tell his wife the right things that are happening. But those who are not taking their responsibility will say, no, Mdana is doing well. whereas Mdana is not doing well. Hence we say the lack of the parents, more especially about that, are not going to the initiation huts, makes them to not to be able to give Obo Mama the right progress of the initiate. I think I can end there, Chairperson.
Dicimba, Slalo, imibuzo endiyiqaphelayo iphendulwe ngaphandle nje ngokuthi kukho lo mbuzo uthi zeziphi izinkosi kuyiwa kuzo ukuba ngexesha kufunwa izimvo ngomthetho kwakuyiwe okanye kwakuyiwephi. Uyabona ke iyathanda uba ingxaki lento ngalo lonke amaxesha amapalamente esisumthetho kwawuze kuyiwe eholweni elisedorophini apha abantu bangakwazi ufika khona kuyowuthethwa ngento echaphazela ilali ezantsi iyowuthethwa edorophini. Now kulo case awukwazi ukuthi uyenzile into yokuyokufuna izimvo ebantwini because awuyanga kubantu aba-right for that purpose. Ndiyabulela.
Thank you, Chair. Indeed, Chair, I think we need to define land of the school. For instance, Koti, the school, Leboma, and it's built from grass, a certain type of grass, and a certain type of tree that grows on the banks of the river. And after uthanjisiwe ngamafutha enkomo, not margarine, butter, real butter. Oh mama, they will know the difference. Because amaXhosa nento ethi when bekuthambisa ngamafutha enkomo, bayakuthambisa so that you are able to buy inkomo. And after that, uyahamba kuthiwe indlu yakho suyijonga xa beyitshisa. You don't look back when they burn it. Hence, if sihlele endlini, there's no seat available. Afika uNkosi Mahlangu athi indlu ukutsha. We know thina singamadoda amancinci kuye, we must stand up and give him a seat. So it has that meaning, Lendo. So this room cannot be a school to Eastern Cape. This school siyachiswa siphela. Perhaps we need ubana to look into. And then Mama, they have a big role in terms of preparing for initiate, in terms of clothing, even the diet when is at Endabeng. But at the same time, we must transform. For instance, just ordinary maize, within the first 7 days whilst I was in Durban. But I refused that to be done to my son. I gave him peaches, apples, and Kentucky, and all these nice foods. Because I must move with the time. But my child, I cannot subject him to just a simple because he could respond different to a diet. Abantwana of 1970 are not same as abantwana of 2023. So it's important that not is in terms of a diet. So it covers like what determines an initiative. Chair, standardization. NIOC and the National House have developed forms that we are proposing across the country that there must be a uniform pricing in terms of traditionalness and traditional sections. Perhaps DDG, you will share with the committee those forms. We have passed them as New York, that across the country, so that we're trying to manage this issue of compensation. For instance, a Jotim Lokot in this area is 3,000 for a section to cut one boy. So if he's cutting 10 in that day, he has made 30,000 in a day. So it differs from place to place. And then the other one, that is something that is developing, the issue of drugs. For instance, if a boy is taking drugs and he goes to an initiation school, he presents some symptoms like withdrawal symptoms, because there are no drugs there. And he gets sick, and the traditional nurse goes to the village and look for same drugs, but the boy says, hey, I've got a craving. So then he's given back those drugs in initiation school and it stabilizes. So it's one challenge that we're having in initiation schools. I think let me stop there, Chair.
DG Mlokoti, awunakuphinde mvungazanga shonto. Size ngomnyango wakho.
I think sorry. I was just sharing a very interesting story with Cosmo about the experiences we have in the Eastern Cape, which differ very vastly. In the last year in December, as an example, I took my son for initiation. There were 90 of them. 90 of them. And it's in a built-up area in the mountain. It doesn't get bent down like it happens in other areas. It's houses constructed where they stayed, and it just gets cleaned every time that these new ones are coming as well. So you do find variations across the province in relation to the setup as it pertains to Mapom as well. So it's a very interesting thing. The cost incurred as well differs quite significantly in relation to the Eastern Cape as well. While you pay surgeons as well as the Amakangata differently, there are also standard fees that get set as well by Ingcibi in many instances that says Amakangata in this area are going to pay this amount of money. So it does happen in many instances. So we do have that as well. But the Eastern Cape becomes very unique. You know, you have almost 1,200 headmen, 216 senior traditional leaders, 7 kings. Basically, we have about 216 plus administrative areas. So the issue about resourcing becomes of paramount importance because you're not dealing with a very less complex environment to begin to manage. It's a very complicated environment to begin to manage that as well. So the visitations, therefore, to all the areas that would have rocking up of the Amapoma requires massive investment in terms of coordination and visitations. And I think that it's something that we really must appreciate. I know that there's a point being raised here about the fact that it is our duty to begin to resource it because the act is there already. I think that matter has been raised by members. But I must just say that it's a very important point that we must make here. I think I'm happy with the distinction that has been done in relation to the legal and illegal. But the issue about consequence management largely depends on the extent to which our security cluster acts very quickly with regard to what gets reported. As the DM has actually indicated and members of the House have indicated, when families don't cooperate with regard to them having to avail themselves witnesses in the event of death, you really are doomed to fail in many instances. And I think we know that families don't want to entertain a situation where they go to courts to begin to testify on matters that have to do with death. They don't want to do that. And which is a very unfortunate thing. And it goes back to issue about family values and family structures as well. So I think that we have a serious problem in relation to the family authority and values of families and the appreciation of the actual tradition as well. Thanks, Chair.
Let us then allow the department to come in with a presentation. Honorable Deputy Minister, let me say, we did get a presentation from the department. We asked questions. I've looked at your presentation. Effectively, it can be done with 2 slides. The one slide we wanted was a comparative thing over the years to see what is happening. I think with the details we've got from the Eastern Cape, we just want you to give us a brief presentation because it covers other provinces. So we would want you to take us through that. Then we can discuss the issue in totality, particularly because we've got the National House represented here. our primary question really was, what do we do to stop the deaths of initiates? We still want that question answered. Then we wanted to do the comparative, to look at the comparative statistics. So let me just ask you right now, don't repeat this argument that you have in your slides, that it's 0.4% death, 0.1%. We won't take that. Please don't take us that direction. We want to fight, because that's not our argument here. It's not statistics we're talking about. It's just stopping anyone involved in a custom from dying. We don't know whether you call that 0.4 or 0.05%. We don't want that. So don't argue. Now, don't argue the way you're arguing on the slides, because that's not the direction we want to take. We just want to know how bad is it in the rest of the other provinces. You have got that information. We want to know, is it improving since the act, and that is already showing. And we want to know, what do we need to do so that we can actually stop? Is the custom and the law aligning to stop the deaths? And that's our primary issue. Now, we heard that you've got issues of budgets and everything. We're not Inkosi Sibalega. Oh, okay. All right, no. Sengithuka ukuthi amakhosi angahambi sisawadinga kulolu daba. Besifocus e-Eastern Cape njengoba iyona enenkinga kakhulu. So we're back to the question. Is the custom and the law, are the two compatible enough to allow us to stop the deaths? That is where we're focusing. Oh, sorry. I'm very sorry. I'm sorry about that. Sorry. So that is what we need to focus on. So I'll give you 10 minutes to go through this presentation, and I'm warning you, I will stop you if you start making those percentage comparisons, because that really is it's really going to cause us a problem. So let's not go that route. Let's just look at how many people have died. You know, when you look at the numbers of death with a higher number of initiates, and therefore the percentage is this, you're really causing us a problem. You're not here about mathematics, we're about lives. And so please don't go that route, because we're going to terminate that discussion. Okay, so we just want a simple issue of, we are a legislature, we are a parliament. How do we help to make sure that this law ultimately helps communities to prevent deaths? That's what we are interested in. Anything else, and these statistical comparisons are not really what we want. Tina ufuna ukuthi kungabikho mfana ozothiwa uswelekile. That's all. If it's 0. whatever percent, it's not our interest. It's just one life that we're interested in. Ilapok. We'll give you 10 minutes and then we'll do a round-up discussion. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Honorable Chairperson and members again. I'll not go necessarily to the presentation so that I respond to these questions. And just to maybe start by the definition in the Act of a legal school and an illegal school. That in the Act, a legal school is a school that is registered with a provincial initiation coordinating committee and has been given that certificate that you can operate during the season. And an illegal school, it is the one that is not registered. And you'll see in our presentation, when we talk about KZN, we say it is because it doesn't have a PICC, hence we say, or a Provincial Initiation Coordinating Committee, hence we say all the schools are illegal. It's only because of that. And only a PICC in terms of the act can close an illegal school. So I thought maybe let me just also explain that, and there are also different functions of a provincial initiation coordinating committee. So in terms of how many people died during the season, because I won't go through the number of illegal schools, the total, Chairperson, since you said we must focus only on the death and not how many legal schools, how many illegal schools.
No, we don't mind the total. It's
or-
your argument that's a problem.
All right, okay. So in this graph, it will be the legal schools per province, and we are just showing how many are in the Eastern Cape, and we show also in other provinces, and then I'll pass that. And then in terms of illegal schools, Eastern Cape has already indicated. So in this slide, we show that during the season, the winter initiation season, we had 199 illegal schools, and 73% of those were coming from the Eastern Cape. And we are also showing that only 54 of these 199 illegal schools that were there during the season were closed. And we indicate why the low rate of closing of the schools. And we also, in the next slide, we just indicating the enrollments. Enrollments, it's number of initiates in both the legal and the illegal schools. And you'll see in slide 9 that we had a total of 101,089 initiates in the legal schools. And we had a total of 3,132 initiates in the illegal schools. And we then go through the different provinces, how many they had. And if I have to then go to the number of deaths, there on slide number 11, we had a total of 32, and then we are saying 18 were coming from 18 deaths of the 32, they were coming from the legal schools, and 14, which is 44%, were coming from the illegal schools. These are the schools not registered, as I said. And the causes of deaths, I think Eastern Cape covered that, but in the different provinces, you'll see there are different causes like drowning, natural causes, and some of them are awaiting post-mortem results. And then in terms of the amputations during the season, they were 7, and we break them down there on slide number 13. And it also shows how many were in the legal schools and how many were in the illegal schools. And the hospitalization, we do the same. We show the totals of the number of hospitalization in the legal schools and in the illegal schools. And we have 224 hospitalization during the season. And we just indicating the different provinces that had many or are leading. It's the Eastern Cape, but followed by the Northwest. And we'll explain why the Northwest. And then we say the highest number of hospitalization in illegal schools was reported also in those 2 provinces. And then the cases opened, I think Eastern Cape, they indicated the cases that they opened there, and it's understandable because they've got many cases. And we are saying in slide number 19 that we had 89 cases that were opened during the season. And we just like providing that comparison there, because an illegal school, immediately there must be a case opened, because it's an illegal activity, and the deaths and other things. Then in terms of the arrests, we also showing that, and then the Eastern Cape has also provided the number of arrests, and we just indicating that we had those 89 cases, and then with those number of arrests. And then the prosecutions, which is slide 23, we do the same there, indicating how many prosecutions were there across all the provinces during the season. And we indicating, but with the prosecutions, just to indicate that, because as Nkosi Mahlangu has indicated that this report we met with the PICCs, but they indicated that these are the prosecutions that happened during the season, but the cases may have been opened before. So we just want to bring that to the attention of the committee. And then summary of the other key issues. I think they were also indicated there, but here maybe I'll need to say what are the key issues coming from this that are causing the deaths. Illegal initiation schools, we already saw them, because in an illegal initiation school, as the Eastern Cape has also presented, these are the schools that are not known because they are not registered anywhere. So as a result, even the sergeants, they will not be qualified as required by the Act, because the Act is very clear that a traditional sergeant must be 40 years old or higher, and it gives also the experience of the sergeant. And also the Act is very clear that where there's going to be, I don't want to even say it, yeah, but where there is going to be that, it says the traditional surgeon must work under the supervision of the medical professional if the traditional surgeon is not a medical professional himself. That is what the Act is saying. So we have found that maybe that is not done because of cultural reasons. That is one thing, because the Act tries to put in the safety and health measures to protect, to prevent the deaths, and then it also gives those qualifying criteria for traditional surgeons. And then also the issue of non-closure of illegal schools is causing this because, and it was indicated during the meeting with the PICCs and even previous meetings, that the issue is because of cultural reasons. You don't just close an illegal school. There are customs and cultural issues that will prevent them from closing the schools. You'll see that, you'll find that, well, other provinces have closed all of them, like Northwest at 17, they closed all the 17. There are many other provinces that have closed all, but Eastern Cape, you'll see that where they have 145, but they are closing less, but it's because of those customs and the cultural reasons around the practice. Then the health and safety risks I already spoke about, because in the Act is very clear, water must be provided, sanitation, and it puts all the standards that must be there in terms of the health. So though some of those are not adhered to what is in the Act. And we just indicating what has already indicated by the Eastern Cape about families, cases that are reported. You'll find that there are many illegal schools. Like if you have, maybe in a province, there are 17 illegal schools. You want to see 17 cases opened because this is an illegal activity. Like you'll see in the Northwest, they had 17 illegal schools, they opened the cases. So something like that. So that was also an issue that is there. And then the issue of community involvement has been also indicated. And then on how do we help so that we address this issue? We are of the view that awareness campaigns are still needed. Hence the NIOC, the department, and the Eastern Cape province in the previous financial year, pre the summer season and now even pre the winter season, as led by the Deputy Minister, we had a 1 week long awareness campaign targeting the parents, targeting the traditional surgeons, targeting the Department of Basic Education schools, because even in that team we had officials from the provincial departments of Provincial Department of Basic Education, so that we are able to access the schools. So we think awareness campaign is still necessary, because when we were doing these campaigns from the communities, we could see that they start understanding that, okay, there is an act and we must be doing things this way and not that way. But we are also thinking that the cases that are opened, in fact, we are thinking that criminal activities around initiation, like you see the gunshots, which is just pure criminality, but we've also seen other things, like where a traditional surgeon, it means, was not taking precautionary measures. So we're just saying there that maybe where there is illegality, there must be an increase of arrests. And we must work closely with the law enforcement agencies so that if someone is arrested for this, then there are prosecution rates also. I remember in the NIOC, one of the members of the NIOC was giving us an example of what happens in a certain country when you have committed a crime, that they call the whole community on the day when you are sentenced, so that they see that when you do this, this is what will happen. So we're just saying, as a deterrent, maybe if there are more arrests, and then there are also more prosecutions. And we are also recommending that there should be joint operations of the law enforcement agencies with the PICCs targeting these hotspot districts, because there are certain districts where there are no deaths, but with a dedicated focus there. And we also say all the role players, if they are all held legally accountable. If you are a parent and you have fabricated the medical certificate, or you have played anything wrong, then you must also be held legally accountable. That way we think that will be a deterrent. And the issue of resourcing was also mentioned. Okay, I think we tried to respond, Chairperson. Thanks.
No, that's fine. That's fine. Marcos, sikuzwa konke, sizamnceda kuphi? Kuphi la umthetho kufanele sinilekelele uqine khona ukuze kufikwe la kuzoba khona isijeziso kwabenza okungafanele nolwazi olufanele kulabo afanele balithole. Isikhalo sokuqala engisasizwa esibekwa amakhosi esithi umthetho ungasebenza kodwa kusafuna abantu bafundiswe, kufuna namakhosi afundiswe, kodwa imali ayaneli. Ngibona ukuthi akufanele sibalule ukuthi vela umnyango wezempilo noma uvela emnyangweni wakwaCooperative mayifikile nje, ngoba inkinga yokuqala la eyokuthi kuba abantu abazokwazi ukuthi lento inkinga esibhekene nayo ibona kufanele kube ibona abazosukuma bayivike ukuthi ingenzeki. So iqala lonto ngokuthi inkosi nenkosi lento eshiwo u-DDG ukuthi kukhulunywa namakhosi, sidlule ke siye kubaholi emphakathini. Ngapha ngaphakathi emphakathini imndeni nezinye inhlaka ngisho namabandla izikole okufanele le mfundiso ingene kubantu abasha besebancane, ngoba indlela abayithatha ngayo iyona ehluphayo. Khona into ibikeshiwe uChawe ekhuluma ngalento influence. Sike saya angazi besihamba nawe Chawe, besengco sangena kwenye indawo cishe lapha kuleya bengayona ibhoma lelichazwa uNkosi, bekuyindlu nje lapha abantu insizwe bezilapha cishe la kumashumi ayisithupha. Kodwa masingena singene benengoma nje esho phezulu ithi ngiyamzonda umuntu ozoya esibhedlela, and bengungqongqoshe wezempilo mina ngivela esibhedlela kade ngiyobona abanye abakhwetha abalimele bapha esibhedlela. Ingoma iqala la, uphumela lo siwe esibhedlela ngazi babe bahlanu yini, kodwa ingoma la ithi ngiyamzonda umuntu oyesibhedlela. Noma uthi uyabuka yabona ukuthi noma ungathi uyayiqala lento uthi uyayixoxa hayi indawo, Uyabona? So the first issue is how to make sure that we bring about the correct information so that the influence, peer pressure should actually be more on the right things that need to be done. So I think the first, therefore, question is how do we get to that point so that none of the traditional leaders must feel so helpless in actually getting each and every Nkosi to convince their own people that you cannot have boys who have not been screened going to bomb. They mustn't. They must actually be screened. There's no falsification of medical certificates. There must be proper provision of water and and food, and that also the issue of holding the traditional surgeons responsible. I don't think we can only rely on the families. I think we need to be a little bit tighter when it comes to who did conduct the operation. And therefore, if in law we have got it well defined, then the fact that somebody has been actually involved in operating, even if they don't give evidence, but if you are the one, then we need to actually charge you for negligence. That's where we need to go, whether or not the parents are cooperating. There needs to be a feeling of the fear of the law more than the fact that people must fear stigmatization. So we need to tilt that balance so that at the end of the day we can actually deal with this problem. But where I'm still interested is what do we need to do to the law so that it can be able to work better for the traditional leaders and the families to be effective. So let us comment lapho so that soivala. Nkosi.
Thanks very much, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable members, colleagues. I think to be more specific, Honorable Chair, what seems to, from observing at the level of the legislation, what seems to paralyze our traditional leaders is the fact that, that's my observation in hindsight, that they don't seem to have specific powers. The legislation will simply say you promote this, you assist the NIOC and all of that. Let me make a practical example. In the Eastern Cape, you have Nkosi Kwazinamba. Oh, he was sitting here. Now I see Nkosi Mashish. Nkosi Kwazinamba as the chairperson of the Provincial Initiation Coordinating Committee or Council. Now, he is based in Bisho. He is from Kamata, that area in terms of his kingship, and him practicing as a senior traditional leader. Now, you have traditional leaders, Mampondweni, you have traditional leaders, Tenjini, and so on. Now, here, what is known as a school must be approved by the PICC. There's no role assigned to the local senior traditional leader. The legislation says, yes, he takes overall responsibility, but how? You give him this, you will take responsibility, but the functions, the levers, that enabling levers are residing somewhere. And you also have our senior traditional leaders as presiding officers over traditional courts. But there's a disconnect. There's nothing that empowers the traditional leaders in terms of this legislation, to make where there are instances of transgression, then they're able to act, including the lower level, because you have more than 200 senior traditional leaders, but below those senior traditional leaders, they are recognized. There's a layer that is recognized, that of headmen and headwomen. And there's no role that they play in ensuring that they take full responsibility. You know, so now, these are the defects which I've just identified within the legislation. And if Parliament, working together with us, we can strengthen that part to make sure that there's a clear delineation in terms of the powers assigned to traditional leaders at different levels, including the roles that should be played by other structures, your PICC, NIOC, and so on, so that you place more responsibility, functions, and powers to traditional leaders who are closer to where the problem is. Otherwise, if you don't do that, I don't see us making any significant intervention. Thank you very much, Chair.
Nzuza.
Angithokoze Sihlalo. But let me start by saying Sihlalo, ngibe njengemvu eya emhlatshelweni by identifying myself ukuthi ngingubani, but uSihlalo wafihla amalungu wakhe ukuthi bobani asibazi.
Xolo.
Okay Sihlalo,
Ungakahambi
asilwe.
ngizokwazisa.
Asilwe Sihlalo, asilwe. But Sihlalo sikhuluma ngesiko. Uma ukhuluma ngalo, you don't talk about it anywhere, anyhow. Where I come from, it happens ukuthi we practice this culture as diverse cultures, but we practice it differently. Where I come from, ngizwe umama laphana akhuluma ngerole yabo mama ukuthi irole yabo mama yini. We'll get to that. Where I come from, Sihlalo, ukuthi if there will be an initiation season next year, because Tina Mandebelen we take 3 years and a 4th year, kula kuba khona initiation. So we don't do it every year or every season, winter or whatever. It's only winter and once after 3 years. If it's an initiation season the following year, the king will announce and say, limelani abendwana. Meaning, prepare yourself. Next year, it's a season. It starts. And now starts the time whereby everyone who knows that my child is going there, starting to abstain from other things. Abstain. Ukuzila. There's a certain time la ukuthi everyone uyazila. The potential initiate himself. By the time the announcement iqala, that's where he starts to abstain, to prepare for the season coming. Ukudla. That's very much key. Ukudla. Let's forget about the other things, but just ukudla. They do also contribute to our debts, but ukudla is important. Is the father, is the mother, is the sister, is the grandmother, whoever in the family.
Kancane Mapoko. Are you wanting to come in?
Yes, please, Chairperson. I genuinely want to fully appreciate the explanations.
You want to?
Genuinely want to appreciate the explanations. What is ukudle? And
Ukudla.
maybe I'm
Okay.
announcing it wrong.
No,
also.
okay. No, I'm sorry. There is a bit of so what Ngos Mahlangu is saying is that this is one custom in the whole country, but every community practices it differently. And with Amandebele, they don't do initiation every year. They wait and skip 2 to 3 years, and then they do it after every third year. In the year preceding the initiation year, the king would then make an announcement to the whole nation to prepare for the initiation. And in the preparation, once the announcement has been made, then that everybody is expected to practice some form of abstinence or self-control. In the course of that control, he says he won't go into details of what other self-control in which areas, but he just wants to raise ukudla, which is food, because part of the problem that relates to deaths is linked also to the nutritional aspect, which whether it's a type of food or how you eat and whatever, but they've got a particular attention that gets given to the dietary restrictions that are associated with preparing for initiation. Sorry, but I'm glad you raise it now because we can cover it. Qhubeka baba.
Sihlalo ngiqhubeka ngikhuluma isintu noma ngifake isilungu.
Khululeka lokho ozokhululeka ngakho qhubeka ngakho.
Angithokoze sihlalo. I was just explaining the process of rituals which we go through when we prepare for the season, which is very much important. Very much important. And we make it a point that no child will come alone and say, I want to be initiated without a parent. Because if there's anything that arises, parents must be accountable, or they must say, my child is lacking here and there, so that we know. But having said that, DDG, in his report, make it very clear because the report we are having is a report that we receive from the PICCs. If you see PICC, you see NIOC. If you see NIOC, you see PICC. Because we are oversight, we are the oversight committee that oversights our PICCs and give guidance. Because one, Mteto Uti, NIOC is monitoring the implementation of the Act. Two, is doing that there's compliance with the Act and recommendations of closing illegal schools and make recommendations to the minister regarding some of the gaps that are there in the Act. So that's the four basic roles of NIOC. So hence I'm saying NIOC is PICC, PICC is NIOC. And DDG was right when he says the definition of legal and illegal schools is the registration. And what can assist us, as Chair is saying, is when everyone is playing his role as per the legislation. We can play our role traditionally, but if everyone is playing his role as per the legislation, then I think things will commence to be in the right direction. Government is the first one that is cited in section 18. He's a role player in this act. Section 19 is the National House, which should play its role, whereby National House has developed documents. One, which is the criteria whereby the principal of a school, traditional sergeant and a caregiver should be screened. That's the criteria. Secondly is the minimum requirements for the traditional sergeant. OTDG has also alluded to that with the sergeant should be 40 years and above. And it says he must have been initiated 5 years before he can start being a traditional sergeant. So each and everyone who should be playing a role which is in the legislation, I think there's somewhere where we can get to. Most probably, Inkosi Matanzima was saying, we don't have enough capacity. And he was right, because we can't be all over. The information must disseminate from NIOC, PICC, National House, Provincial House, and local houses, and traditional councils. Then that's where everyone will be able to know about this legislation, because at this point in time, it shows that still a lot that needs to be done in order people to know that this legislation is in place. Stalo, when we were doing our awareness campaign in the Eastern Cape, and I'm happy because Eastern Cape is trying, though there are tests, but they are trying. We went to schools trying to capacitate these boys about what is it that they should be doing. But the question we found there is that a 17-year-old boy wants to be certificated to be a traditional sergeant, whereby the law says he must be 40 and above. And there's something that has prompted him to want to be a traditional sergeant. And if you deny him that, what's going to happen? That's where you find illegal initiation schools. So the awareness is very much key. Abu Mama, their role in my tradition is at home. And they will never ask you, Uguti, what's happening, what is that. There are processes that are there. They know their role. They will even have some gatherings whereby they dance their songs. But it's them who know how to do that. Because when I'm a man, I know the side of the man. But women have got their role to play. And definitely we can't involve them in initiation practices that are being done in the field. At home, We are with them. We are one. That's as far as I can go, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, I think we should bring the matter to a closure. The last few comments probably help us to focus on what we have asked this meeting to be about. The meeting was about how do we stop the death of initiates. And we raised the question when there was a presentation about the legislation that has been introduced, and the question was, if it is working, why are the deaths still being recorded? Now, I think at this point, we must say that the presentation from the Eastern Cape, particularly the traditional leadership, has clarified a number of issues, which were the reasons why we had invited the Eastern Cape leadership to come and join us. The primary issue here is that we need to have the legislation impacting at the grassroots level local traditional leaders, families, initiates, and communities, using whatever influence we have to change the mindset so that the deaths are not accepted as part of the custom. That deaths must be seen as unacceptable and are not part of the custom. And to do that, if you take from the comments of the traditional leaders, Amakosi, including Deputy Minister, I think there has to be a focus on the amendment of the Act. And that amendment needs to assign responsibility and powers to the local Ngos and different levels of Amakosi, so that we do not have a token committee that is up there but has got no impact on changing the conduct on the ground. And we have to use the traditional structures to deal with this custom, because that's where the authority of this resides. And therefore, I think from where we sit, we will then be engaging the minister, and we also have to engage the Premier of the Eastern Cape in particular, because there are a few things that need to be done. One, the process of re-looking at the legislation needs to be initiated by the traditional leaders. What are these gaps that you see? You've already pointed them out. What are these gaps that you see? Let's use those gaps let's close those gaps so that we can actually have the effective criminal justice system being able to have impact on stopping the negligence that we see, because largely the cause of deaths here is negligence. They're all preventable. So the origin of the amendment has to come from those traditional leader structures. That, I think, is going to be an important issue. Secondly, the responsibility has to be assigned to those who are involved in this whole chain of customary practice. That we need to find a way to hold, the practitioners, the traditional practitioners, responsible irrespective of the cooperation of the parents and community. Now, ordinarily in a medical setting, it's one thing that the community or the patient would have complained, but it is another that to ensure the safety of those particular patients, the law has the ability to enforce that no one who has not gone through the necessary training should be allowed to practice. And we need to actually be very strict onto that. And the point that was raised by Honorable Taiposh is also quite true. None of these conditions that are mentioned here should actually be associated with the custom of with the customary initiation. They should be preventable. But even where there are sophisticated, complex procedural requirements, we've got the adequate technical expertise to be able to perform those. So there shouldn't have been a real reason why we should have actually ended up with an inexperienced practitioner operating in a situation where even the level of sophistication could have been met by the available technology. Now, knowing that there is a problem of transitioning from the customary to the technological techniques, then we need to be stricter into saying, if we're going to insist on the customary practitioners, then we need to make sure that they are supervised adequately so that they can take responsibility for their actions and lack of actions. Now, with all of that, I think it's going to be important that we must focus on what is it that will prevent deaths and what will make sure that those who are involved must be held accountable. And therefore, if the approach, and we've taken your proposal, Honorable Deputy Minister, about the amendments, that's going to be the way we have to go. But it needs to be initiated by the traditional leaders who must identify what is it that they can't do because of the law that would have helped to stop the negligence. And at that level, we cannot all sit and be helpless when we can actually use the law to amend the law to improve their oversight capacity. So I think that has been very helpful for us. And then, of course, there are a whole lot of other issues that are coming in the process here. One is the diversity with which this the custom is being practiced. Somewhere along the line, we need to find a way to accommodate that in the legislation. You cannot go and impose the practices of the Eastern Cape, Amaxhosa, to Amandebele of Mpumalanga. There has to be understanding that it's the same custom, but it's got variations, and that must be included in the law so that there is no sense of uniform application that needs to be taken care of. But there are certain things that can be standardized, and I think the issue of the commercial aspect needs to be controlled and contained so that it does not create negligence in the way that people get dealt with. So that, again, I think there's, for me, consensus arising from what I can hear. So I'm quite comfortable that at that level that this issue will be dealt with. Then there's also the issue of terminology in the Act. I've seen the Eastern Cape Initiation Act. It doesn't have IBOMA. It's got initiation school. Now, Nkosi Mahlangu is talking about Ingoma. And so if you went to different communities, the definitions, they're very, very important because it's not just the word. Once you standardize the meaning of the word, you lose the local nuances about it. Because now, if you are saying Ingoma with Amandebele, you are saying every 3 years, we're not saying every year. That's already part of it. You say the king is going to announce. You just say Ingoma, you've just said the king will announce. Then, if you are in the Eastern Cape, you are saying the family is going to deal with this issue. And those variations are important to capture in the legislation so that the law, the custom does not lose its meaning in the interpretation of a guiding legal instrument. So I think that is something that the department must take care of. But having said all of that, and I'm glad that the honorable member raised the question of the role of women, we need to keep emphasizing that there is a role for everyone here. And that point, even if there might be demarcation, but that everyone has got a role to play, I think that's very important here, because we believe it's a very sensitive issue. There is no way you can have so many deaths and you say women have got nothing to do with it. There's no way you can say that. And therefore, I think it's clarified that way. Then, Nkosi Telezi makes a disclaimer. He says, well, we're going to ask you things. Things are not the same. KwaZulu-Natal has done, in the past 10 years, more than 2 million circumcisions. But they're not the same thing. And therefore, we must always keep the variation, very clear. And it was the late monarch who actually reintroduced something that, a custom that was actually abolished by Ilembe Nkosi Ushaka in 1817. And he said, no, this is going to stop. And this one, the past Nkosi, he actually reintroduced it differently. So we're no longer doing the same thing, although the idea seems to be the same thing. So when we do the comparison of the provinces, we must always make sure that the qualification doesn't get lost, because for example, KwaZulu-Natal, you'll find that there's an Eastern Cape influence where this custom is the same, and then there are other parts where it's not the same. So when you do the issue of the customary initiations, we need to always make sure that we're focusing where the problems are, and therefore we define them in that way. Eastern Cape needs a lot of our support. And when you listen to Amakosi talking here, and you listen to everybody talking, Eastern Cape needs a lot of support. So we need to actually discuss the issue of the resources to deal with this matter. The question of whether it's health or traditional affairs, we can leave that as an internal matter. But the fact that there are problems that need attention, I think we need to be saying, all of us, give more resources for the Eastern Cape to fight the death of initiates. Let's actually get this to come to an end. And that, for us, there's no way you can make a price for dealing with the saving of lives. I mean, this amongst the causes of mortality in our records, we need to eliminate this page. And of course, some of the things that are in there are all, as I said, preventable, but we also need to deal with the issue of mutilations. It's a huge psychological problem that we have to manage throughout the entirety of the life of that initiative within that family, because the whole family has to carry that. And sometimes we don't talk about it, but we have come across those situations where the trauma, the problems that are associated have to be carried by the family. And often the mothers have to sit there and are the ones who now have to face up to the difficulty that the individual has gone through. So all of those issues are things that we need to deal with. But having said all of that, let me say to the honorable members, I think today we can say we can then be ready to again go pay a visit to Eastern Cape to see what is happening, but at least there's a better understanding. But also we need to put pressure for this amendment to be effected so that we can actually empower. But the amendment does not need to be concluded even before the issue of resources must be also activated. We need to be talking about it. So I think at some point the discussion with the Premier, with the Minister, needs to actually focus on saying, please, let's improve the resources to deal with this particular issue. So having said that, I want to say to Honorable Deputy Minister, thank you very much for your contribution, I think as Nkosi yourself, but also as the leadership of the department, and to the National House leadership. Thank you very much, Nkosi Mahlangu, for your clarification as well and your direct involvement in this matter. And Madiba, Nkosi Mavuso, and all Amakosi who are here, we really want to thank you. One of the things that you have helped this discussion is that we were somehow feeling that this law seems to be a little bit more of a bureaucratic exercise rather than an instrument for traditional leaders to help us to stop the problem. I think you have actually helped us to get out of that fear of that thinking. That's why we were quite particular to say, no, come back. These are the things, we don't understand all of this. At least you have helped us out of that, because where we have a problem sometimes is that the people who are involved don't understand, but we have to now respond to a bureaucratic system that has been initiated without good communication, and therefore it gives us a problem where you've got the instrument and you've ticked the box, but the impact on the ground is not the same, and therefore we're losing our people when we think that we have solved the problem with the law. So we've now agreed that the cause of the problem, there's a gap. Everyone must be made to take responsibility right down to the local level. We're agreeing. And that there must be resources to make sure that there's good communication and that there's enforcement of some of these provisions. That again, just simple issue of disapproval is enough to stop a lot of these things. Just community disapproval is enough on this thing. That's where we need to be focusing. So, and of course, we want to say thank you for that. DG Mlogoti, thanks for coming over. We do accept the apology of the MEC Williams. We actually do understand that, if you are here and the representation of the Eastern Cape is here, it has helped us quite a lot. I don't think we're missing anything that the MEC is not here. Certainly do convey our messages back to them on the basis that this thing needs to be acted upon. The department has done a lot of work trying to explain all of this thing here, but clearly if the department does not get support from the province, we won't go very far. And therefore, I think from where the department is, we're quite comfortable with the presentation. At this point, we're much, much better off than where we were last time. And certainly, we also, I think we're all aligned in this case. The long and short of this is that in the diversity of our cultures and traditions and beliefs, customer initiation has got a place. But in the era of modern technology and the kind of society we're trying to build, the recklessness in the deaths that are committed, that are caused, is unacceptable. So we close with that we will all be together to try and help to improve, to reduce, in fact, stop the deaths of initiatives, prevent them, and then, of course, help the community to continue with their custom without the unnecessary deaths. And on that basis, I think this discussion has been very helpful. And so, thank you very much. Yes, we're closing, Honorable Taibosh. I'm done with closing, but let's hear your point. No. In the House, we always say relevance. Now, we keep you to the customer initiation for now. We'll bring that issue on another agenda. We were here to discuss on 3 occasions. Yes, Honorable Mkalipi. Now, before the member disappears, honorable members, please introduce yourself. My apologies to the Makosi for not introducing. Let's start with Honorable Fansil.
Thank you, Chairperson. As I'm leaving, unfortunately, I've tendered my apology. My name is Marina, my surname is Van Zyl, and I come from the Eastern Cape. So I'm from Jogabi District Municipality. Thank you.
Tamsanga Mapena, ilunga le committee.
Zozifa Butelezi, Mele IFP from KwaZulu-Natal.
Ashley Koike, Sauls the First.
Sorry, I am Kabia Glen Taibosh, and because there's traditional leaders, I'm from the Taibosh Kaikurana Royal House. Thank you.
I'm Hlengiwe Mkhalipi. I'm the member of this committee. I'm the member of EFF, representing the interest of everyone in South Africa, including women in this committee.
Also, Chair, I'm from the MK party, don't forget, MK.
Please, you are introducing yourself, you're not campaigning.
Ingxaki ezazadla eziya. Bekufanele uba ndikwela cala.
Don't debate, introduce yourself, we are conflicted.
Ndinguphumelele Ndamase waseLibode eMthombe enkosi. Wena you can't dictate to me.
Thank you. Next member.
Okay, my name is Nombiselo Sompamasiu. I'm from Northwest. I'm serving this committee of COCTA.
My name is Dikeledi Direko. I'm the member of the committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't need to introduce the rest of the members of the team here. There's a part of the staff that manages the committee. Thank you very much, honorable members, Makosi and department. This is the end of our meeting. Our meeting is adjourned, and please enjoy whatever remains of our refreshments, and the meeting is adjourned. Thank you. Bye.